Kingdom Navy. The US Navy was on the chase, hot on the chase of this vessel for about 2 weeks, which shows that it was completely tracked, and both the sides were aware, because even in the case of the Russians, a submarine was closely following or shadowing this tanker which was carrying oil for Russia. Now, it's interesting why Russia, which itself has so much of energy, needs this oil from Venezuela, and that's where the whole geopolitics comes into play. Because remember, post the capture, abduction, kidnapping of Nicolas Maduro, the president of Venezuela, by the United States, the US has been building, President Trump himself leading from the front, a scenario where they want to really grab Greenland from Denmark. And so they really want to show that the security of North Atlantic is compromised and they need to be there, and that's why they need Greenland. So maybe it's because of that, we don't know. But taken together, it's clear that in the case of merchant vessel Marinera and the merchant vessel Sofia, which was caught, a dark fleet caught from near Caribbean Sea, which was taking the oil.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Thank you for joining us this Friday afternoon. Ladies and gentlemen, it's 12 p.m. on the live report. We have two big stories, the agenda-setting stories. This Friday, as Enforcement Directorate goes to court, it's going to be a politically charged day, with a key hearing in the Kolkata High Court on how Mamata Banerjee just stole files during a raid of the Enforcement Directorate. Here are the headlines this afternoon. Republic accesses the Enforcement Directorate petition, which talks about how Mamata Banerjee stole the files, barged into an ongoing raid and threatened the Enforcement Directorate. All of this on paper and in court. The Chief Minister forcibly took the file, says Enforcement Directorate in his petition, despite being asked not to enter the premises. FIR filed by the Kolkata police against ED officers. The ED explains how police entered an ongoing raid site and claimed ED was trespassing. Says officers were intimidated by the police and not allowed to do their work. Is Donald Trump's Commerce Secretary Lutnick tells the media how India did not budge. India was given a deadline to agree to a trade deal. They expected Modi's call, but the Prime Minister stuck to his ground. Trump said, confirms, India did not budge, stood its ground on the trade deal. Ladies and gentlemen, Republic TV has accessed the Enforcement Directorate petition that has been filed in the Kolkata High Court on what happened yesterday in Kolkata, with the ED raiding two IPAC offices, the political consultancy that is helping Mamata Banerjee fight the elections in 2026. During the raids, the ED in his petition says Mamata Banerjee forcibly entered and tried to intimidate ED. Here are some of the details of the ED petition in the Kolkata High Court. We've accessed the petition and we are reading out some of the key points. It's on your screen right now, accessed by my colleague Shavan. The petition says that around 12:05 p.m., Mamata Banerjee, the sitting Chief Minister of Bengal, entered the premises despite making categorical requests for not interfering with the ongoing search proceedings. At around 12:05 on Thursday, Mamata Banerjee entered with the aid of police personnel, forcibly took possession of all digital devices along with key incriminating documents from the possession of the authorized officer. Left the premises at 12:15, 10 minutes later, and all the proceedings have been recorded in a panchnama duly drawn on the premises on the 8th of January. However, after the receipt of an incident report, it was learned that the officers of the Enforcement Directorate were not allowed to perform their lawful duties and were obstructed to carry out the raids by the Kolkata police. It's unprecedented. I'm going across to Shravan. So a raid was ongoing. Ladies and gentlemen, at this point last afternoon, we were live on the live report when Mamata Banerjee entered, barged into, that was the visual in fact, when she entered Pratik Jain's residence, and she barged out in exactly 10 minutes and she held a news conference. She stole the documents and the police stopped ED from doing its job. Shravan, if you can take us through the full petition on how they've detailed it and what now happens in court.
Well, in fact, unprecedented scenes from the searches that were basically carried out by the Enforcement Directorate almost at the same time today. In fact, in the petition that has been filed, it is quite shocking to say the least when you have a sitting Chief Minister basically obstructing the Enforcement Directorate to carry out their work. Let me take you through the sequence of events, and then perhaps we can perhaps explain this to our viewers why exactly the searches were carried out. Now, if you go by this particular petition, 38-page petition, the Enforcement Directorate says that the searches started a little after 6 o'clock in the morning. The first target was Pratik's residence, that's IPAC co-founder's residence in Salt Lake in Kolkata. Until about 11 o'clock, everything was going fine. They had basically recorded certain statements and they had also seized certain items. And there were also independent punch witnesses who were present there. Around 11 o'clock is when the first Kolkata police officer reached there and informed the assistant director that they had received a complaint of trespassing. That's when the assistant director showed them the search warrant, which is under section 17 of the PMLA, which is basically authorizing the Enforcement Directorate to carry out searches. So the question of whether at all these were fake searches or not, that was already clarified. Immediately thereafter, a senior officer, an IPS officer actually came in. That's when the first set of obstruction began. And little after 12 o'clock is when you saw the Chief Minister hurriedly entering. Now that's where the problem actually began, because here in the petition they say that violating all law and order, Mamata Banerjee with the aid of police personnel forcibly took possession of all the digital devices along with key incriminating documents from the possession of the authorized officer, left the premises around 12:15 in the afternoon, and another premise, that is the IPAC office, is where the Chief Minister basically reached and once again prevented them from carrying out their work. Importantly, some big takeaways from this petition, something that we did not report yesterday, is about the role of the independent punch witnesses. Niranjan, independent punch witnesses are important because they're supposed to be neutral witnesses and they record whatever is essentially happening when the searches are carried out. They also record the conduct of the Enforcement Directorate officers. It turns out that the Chief Minister, and I'm quoting from the petition, the Chief Minister essentially told the independent punch witnesses that they need to leave the premises as soon as possible, and not just that, also record that nothing was found from the premises of Pratik. Now, what is not understood, and I'm quoting here, they were intimidated, effectively hijacked, made to write that the search was conducted in a peaceful manner, that nothing was recovered, rather than truthfully or correctly recording that the digital device and key incriminating documents were forcefully taken possession by the Chief Minister with the aid of the state police. So that's one big news really coming out. The second is what was essentially taken, that's the state police took away documents. They were already collected, indexed by the ED. They're now asking for a CBI investigation because they believe that the police has been completely corrupted here, discredited, if I may say so, given the fact that they aided all of this. That's the reason why they're saying that they need a proper investigation to be carried out by the Central Bureau of Investigation.
Okay. Now, we are waiting for the case to come up in court. And do we know what happens when the case comes up in court, what are the likely possibilities, Shravan? Because all of this is a matter of record, it's in a petition, and I don't know how the courts will react to this. A sitting chief minister, crossing the line.
Well, under various sections of the BNS, this is a crime. Section 49, that's abetment. Section 61, that's criminal conspiracy. Section 121, voluntarily causing hurt to deter public servant. And I can go on with various other sections. But the key point here, for the enforcement directorate, number one, it would be that they get back all that was taken yesterday. That is, the items that were first seized. Now, whether it is going to be useful for the investigation, that's not really known, because it will be almost over 24 hours that all these items that were taken by the chief minister is with her. And more importantly, the question would be of destruction of evidence. So what would be the value of those items once returned? Not really known. But the enforcement directorate are certainly hopeful that some directions would be given by the court to the chief minister as well as the party, that they should not be interfering with the entire investigation. Importantly, if at all, the court basically allows the Central Bureau of Investigation to intervene, or for that matter carry out an investigation or register an FIR, it's going to be more trouble for the Trinamool Congress, because if you simply go by what happened yesterday, and if you go by what legal experts have to say, they all say that this is a clear violation, and the enforcement directorate would certainly want the court to step in, because their previous experience of filing a counter FIR hasn't really worked well.
Okay. I will just look at also some of the pictures of how the story is playing out in the national capital. You had some of these MPs who tried to protest and they were picked up by the police. If we can show the pictures of what happened in Delhi. What happened in Delhi? Can we show the pictures of what happened in Delhi this morning? There were protests in Delhi and many of these MPs were detained. Shravan, stay with me, because I want to talk about what happened in Delhi as well. Several MPs were picked up, and the fact of the matter is, and why the opposition will particularly be interested in this is because IPAC is also the consultancy that works for the DMK ahead of the Tamil Nadu elections, Shravan. And we have to talk about what really was found, or what the charges are against them, because you can't discount, the larger picture here. It is a national story. It's no more just, about Bengal. It's a national story, will have national ramifications, Shravan, because they take care of several parties, including Jagan Mohan Reddy, if I'm not wrong. They take care of even the DMK's campaign, right, Shravan?
Well, it's not just limited to the state of West Bengal, or for that matter the Trinamool Congress itself. There are other parties, for instance Aam Aadmi Party had also utilized their services. A part of it is actually used in Andhra Pradesh as well as Telangana. And with regards to the DMK, there are multiple consultancy firms that have been engaged by the party. But having said that, the question here is about ill-gotten wealth and the money that has been used for campaigning purposes. Because at the heart of this entire investigation is how the money or the proceeds of crime that was basically generated and it was effectively used. Now, for the Bharatiya Janata Party, it certainly becomes a sticking point here, given the fact that what you would have seen right now are those images of the Chief Minister entering a place that is being investigated, and that is being, perhaps amplified by the Bharatiya Janata Party, asking a basic question that what is it that the Chief Minister of West Bengal is hiding. And perhaps this is going to be taken forward, because in Tamil Nadu too, remember, there are multiple investigations that are already underway in which sitting ministers have come under the scan of central agencies, and the fight between the opposition ruled states and the central government vis-a-vis the central agencies still continue, because the opposition leaders have largely countered this by simply saying that the centre has been using the enforcement directorate as well as the Central Bureau of Investigation as a political tool.
Shravan, thank you for joining us with those inputs. I'm moving across to the next story. The story is going to develop in the Calcutta High Court, where the courts will hear the ED petition in a short while from now. going to be a very, very big story. But ladies and gentlemen, this morning we've had a comment that came in from the US Commerce Secretary Lutnick. And he, in this interview that he's given to the American media / social media, Lutnick, who's also Trump's closest aide, who advises him on everything trade related, admits that they proposed a deal to India. They gave a timeline to India. They gave a deadline to India, but India stuck to its ground. They expected a call from our Prime Minister, but India did not budge. And then the trade terms changed. Abhishek, my colleague, is joining us. Abhishek, this is contrary to what the opposition has been saying, surrender, Narendra, etc., etc. But that's not the point. Point is, the US itself is admitting that Modi did not call. Lutnick is saying Modi did not call.
Yes, Niranjan. So I think a certain story is coming out of this clip from that podcast which the US Commerce Secretary Howard Lutnick has given. And the story is that India did not surrender. Forget about surrendering. India has not blinked to the kind of pressure tactics that have come to be associated with US President Donald Trump and his team. So they were insisting on some kind of deal in which India did not agree to certain red lines. We know from our sources earlier that a 15% tariff was agreed on the condition that US would not talk about dairy products, American dairy products coming into India and some farm products, except for maybe some deal that was possible on American soya, for example. There are issues about genetically modified crops, which are so prevalent in the US, the GMOs, which cannot be, sort of planted into Indian markets and Indian agriculture. Except for those red lines, everything else was agreed to. But the trigger for a pushback and escalation happened post the Operation Sindoor, where we saw how President Trump wanted India to acknowledge his role in the ceasefire with Pakistan, and then, of course, a recommendation for the Nobel Peace Prize. While Nobel Peace Prize is okay, but India could not, and Prime Minister Modi did not agree for a US role of any kind insofar as mediating for the ceasefire is concerned. And that's how things became escalatory and went down that path. Now, Howard Lutnick in this podcast is saying that, okay, fine, within that framework also maybe US could have agreed had Prime Minister Modi, called President Trump, and then it would have been a fait accompli, because we don't know with Mercurial Trump what he says in the phone call and then what he posts on his social media handle. So I think in its wisdom, New Delhi decided that Prime Minister Modi would not make that phone call, which is again an evidence after Operation Sindoor, Niranjan,
yes,
that this is the second time that we stood our ground. So during Operation Sindoor and during trade talks, both Prime Minister Modi personally and the New Delhi establishment generally have really, it's not about staring down the United States, but it's about making sure that India's interests are not compromised. If need be, we will be firm, even if we are polite. So I think that really comes out of this conversation. There are a lot of things that have happened parallelly, but Howard Lutnick, they're here giving away the reasons why the India-US trade deal is struck. There's a lot of geopolitics that has panned out, Niranjan. The fact that Quad was to happen, Quad Summit, Leaders Summit was to happen in India in 2025 did not happen because Trump did not go ahead with the trade deal, and Prime Minister Modi did not agree to those red lines. So I think important takeaways coming out of how India has very firmly handled a very mercurial Trump and his administration on the issue of Operation Sindoor, and of course for the trade deal also.
Just trying to get this right. They have spoken after that a couple of times. In fact, the Prime Minister has tweeted, but importantly, he speaks of a deadline. There was a deadline, and I think in the same interview, he speaks about how countries like Vietnam, Philippines, etc. stuck to the deadline. They called Trump. So it was more personal. Did he take it personally? Does it appear that Trump took it personally that he didn't get that call because India stood its ground? And the deal changed.
Well, yes, you get that sense. You get that sense, Niranjan. The fact that with other countries, Trump could get his way, with the United Kingdom, with Philippines, with Indonesia, with Vietnam, with Australia. In the case of India, the Americans were a little peeved otherwise also because the red lines on dairy and genetically modified crops, and then the Operation Sindoor overlay. So I think taken together, the American takeaway, of course, is that it's not easy to deal with Modi and his government. And we had President Trump earlier also mentioning that Modi is a tough guy to deal with. And that was a giveaway on how difficult the negotiations have been. On the issue of whether a phone call would have made a difference, this is again a proof that Prime Minister Modi in his wisdom decided that if he makes that phone call and if Trump puts a certain condition and goes public with it, then it might jeopardize the larger bilateral relationship and might not just delay the trade deal as it has happened in the present, Niranjan, but might actually make things difficult for the trade deal to even happen. So I think the decision was to delay is better than completely giving up on a possible trade deal between India and the United States or within the larger framework of a goalposts that continue to move with a mercurial president like Trump. So I think in that sense, a lot of positive takeaways insofar as India's negotiation tactics are concerned vis-a-vis the United States and particularly Trump and his team. And then, of course, the political point that comes out in the context of the opposition attack on Prime Minister Modi personally with that Narendra surrender jibe, that he has not only not surrendered, but he has stood his ground, and he has stood his ground in a manner that the Americans are left with no answers and no thinking as to how to deal with this.
So India rejected the terms, and India had to deal with new terms of the US, which we refused to. I think that negotiation is still ongoing. But the big takeaway from this, ladies and gentlemen, Trump's own aide has said Modi did not call. He's indicating that India did not agree to the terms and India stood its ground. And that is the biggest takeaway for us, because there are a lot of social media memes, etc., that the opposition tried to, say. They say that Modi buckled, India surrendered, etc. But the fact is, we have stuck our ground on the trade deal. And that's the biggest takeaway from the admission of Trump's own aide, who's also the US Commerce Secretary. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we take a short break on that note on the live report. This is a big update. Will be our focus story. It just busts the entire propaganda around the trade deal. The truth is, they wanted us to agree to their terms within a timeline, and we took our time. We did not want America holding a gun to our head. And that is our biggest takeaway. Taking a short break on the live report, ladies and gentlemen. When we come back, focus on Calcutta and the hearing on the Enforcement Directorate petition. Stay tuned.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा।
In the global employability rankings by Times Higher Education UK, only the following 6 institutions from India are ranked amongst the top 230 in the world for having the most employable graduates. IIT Delhi, IISc Bangalore, IIT Bombay, IIM Ahmedabad, IIT Kharagpur and Amity University.
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
I'm here with the founder of Blue Machines AI, my friend Nirmit, and we're just about to record something which I think is going to make history. In brief, can you tell them what we are going to be doing?
Pit Blue Machines versus Arnab, right? And that is the true test of an AI system. Can it debate the best orator which India has seen?
Okay, so, Nirmit, you asked for it. I'm not going to pull my punches on this one. So thank you for doing this. Let's see which side wins.
Yeah.
Okay.
Game on.
Game on. Let's go for it.
In association with Blue Machines.
The icy cold waters of the Atlantic Ocean are getting hot, and how? The United States, in an overnight operation, has seized 2 oil tankers, one in the North Atlantic near Iceland, the other one near the Caribbean Sea. The one caught or seized near Iceland is Russia flagged, and the one that's caught near the Caribbean Sea was apparently a shadow tanker, a dark tanker carrying Venezuelan oil to China. Now, both the tankers were carrying Venezuelan oil, which is sanctioned by the United States. There is an embargo. It's interesting and a little curious how the 2 tankers could leave such heavily guarded waters, which are guarded both by the US Coast Guard and the US Navy, and reach this far. In fact, in the case of the merchant vessel Marinera, which is Russia flagged and was caught near Iceland by the US Navy with help from the United Kingdom Navy, the US Navy was on the chase, hot on the chase of this vessel for about 2 weeks, which shows that it was completely tracked, and both the sides were aware, because even in the case of the Russians, a submarine was closely following or shadowing this tanker which was carrying oil for Russia. Now, it's interesting why Russia, which itself has so much of energy, needs this oil from Venezuela, and that's where the whole geopolitics comes into play. Because remember, post the capture, abduction, kidnapping of Nicolas Maduro, the president of Venezuela, by the United States.
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध, MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे, केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
Pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
The icy cold waters of the Atlantic Ocean are getting hot, and how? The United States, in an overnight operation, has seized 2 oil tankers, one in the North Atlantic near Iceland, the other one near the Caribbean Sea. The one caught or seized near Iceland is Russia flagged, and the one that's caught near the Caribbean Sea was apparently a shadow tanker, a dark tanker carrying Venezuelan oil to China. Now, both the tankers were carrying Venezuelan oil, which is sanctioned by the United States. There is an embargo. It's interesting and a little curious how the 2 tankers could leave such heavily guarded waters, which are guarded both by the US Coast Guard and the US Navy, and reach this far. In fact, in the case of the merchant vessel Marinera, which is Russia flagged and was caught near Iceland by the US Navy with help from the United Kingdom Navy, the US Navy was on the chase, hot on the chase of this vessel for about 2 weeks, which shows that it was completely tracked, and both the sides were aware, because even in the case of the Russians, a submarine was closely following or shadowing this tanker which was carrying oil for Russia. Now, it's interesting why Russia, which itself has so much of energy, needs this oil from Venezuela, and that's where the whole geopolitics comes into play. Because remember, post the capture, abduction, kidnapping of Nicolas Maduro, the president of Venezuela, by the United States, the US has been building, President Trump himself leading from the front, a scenario where they want to really grab Greenland from Denmark. And so they really want to show that the security of North Atlantic is compromised and they need to be there, and that's why they need Greenland. So maybe it's because of that, we don't know. But taken together, it's clear that in the case of merchant vessel Marinera and the merchant vessel Sofia, which was caught, a dark fleet caught from near Caribbean Sea, which was taking the oil to China, United States has made it amply clear, taken together all these actions, that when it comes to its neighborhood, the Western Hemisphere, the so-called Monroe or the latest Donroe doctrine, they are the boss, they are the mafioso. Because the first reaction that has come from Russia says that this is absolutely in breach.
Viewers, top headlines. Republic accesses ED petition on Mamata filed Chori. Petition talks about how Mamata entered premises, asked ED to stop the probe. ED petition confirmed Mamata stormed in during active raid and forcibly took the files. FIR filed by Kolkata police on ED. ED claims FIR filed to intimidate. Major revelation by US Commerce Secretary on why trade deal is stuck. US confirms PM Modi held his ground. Trump aide confirms India did not agree or capitulate within the prescribed timeline on the trade deal. Good afternoon, viewers. We're live and breaking. I'm Shivangi Shukla. Back-to-back exclusives on Republic TV ahead of the upcoming BMC polls in Mumbai. The first, the Chief Minister Devendra Fadnavis, and now the Deputy CM, who is Eknath Shinde. Now, in this special conversation with my colleague, Republic's Alisha Nair, Shinde reveals that he was furious on the BJP Congress pact. He also opens up on the ups and downs of the Mahayuti. Let's listen in.
हमारे साथ महाराष्ट्र के उप मुख्यमंत्री एकनाथ शिंदे जी है। शिंदे जी, रिपब्लिक टीवी से बात करने के लिए बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। सबसे पहले जहां पर म्युनिसिपल कॉर्पोरेशन दिख रहे हैं, जो इलेक्शंस आने वाले हैं, जिसके हम प्रचार तो बिल्कुल देखे जा रहे हैं कि पूर्ण जोर शोर से सारी महायुति की जो प्रचार है वो चल रहे हैं, लेकिन सबसे बड़ा जो सवाल है वो है अलायंस का। क्योंकि एक तरफ हम पहले देख रहे थे कि बीजेपी की एक युति चल रही थी कांग्रेस की तरफ से, हालांकि उसके देवेंद्र फडणवीस ने वो बात करके उनको वापस से ले लिया गया था। वो अलायंस को क्लियरली बताया गया कांग्रेस के साथ कोई अलायंस नहीं होगी। लेकिन एक जलगांव में भी एक फोटो, एक बैनर आपका भी था कांग्रेस के साथ। तो क्या ये एक लोगों के लिए एक कंफ्यूजन क्रिएट कर रहा है? क्योंकि 10 साल के बाद ये बीएमसी चुनाव भी हो रही है और म्युनिसिपल कॉर्पोरेशन के अलायंस, तो क्या ये महायुति के बीच में ही कई कंफ्यूजन चल रहा है? क्योंकि मुंबई, थाने, कल्याण में भी देखे, वहां पर एक तरफ बीजेपी शिवसेना तो साथ में है, लेकिन अजित पवार अकेले लड़ रहे हैं।
ये लोकल बॉडी इलेक्शन जो है, ये कार्यकर्ताओं का इलेक्शन होता है। लोकसभा, विधानसभा चुनाव जो है, हम साथ में गठबंधन में लड़े और नगर परिषद के चुनाव जो हो गए उसमें कई जगह पर हम साथ में लड़े, कई जगह पर फ्रेंडली चुनाव हुए और अभी भी इस कॉरपोरेशन चुनाव में 13-14 जगह पर शिवसेना और बीजेपी साथ में लड़ रही है। कई जगह पर लोकल वहाँ की जो कैलकुलेशंस होते हैं उसके मुताबिक ये चुनाव भी बहुत लंबे समय से कोर्ट में स्टे होने की वजह से नहीं हो रहे थे। अभी चुनाव हो रहे तो कार्यकर्ताओं को सबको लड़ने का रहता है, चुनाव लड़ना रहता है और इसके वजह से लोकल कैलकुलेशन के वजह से कई जगह पर गठबंधन नहीं हुआ, ये सच बात है। लेकिन जैसे नगर परिषद में हम चुनाव साथ में लड़े, कई जगह अलग लड़े, लेकिन हम लोग ने तय कर लिया था कि एक दूसरे पर टीका टिप्पणी जो है ये निचले स्तर की या जो भी है डेवलपमेंट की हम बात करेंगे, डेवलपमेंट के ऊपर चुनाव लड़ेंगे, ये एजेंडा हमारा था। अभी इसमें उस चुनाव में भी कई जगह पर अजीत दादा भी कई जगह पर बीजेपी के साथ में थे, कई जगह पर गठबंधन में थे। अभी ये जो अमरनाथ और इसका बात जो आपने किया है, मैं तो मुख्यमंत्री जी से मैंने भी बात की और प्रदेश अध्यक्ष रविंद्र चौहान जी से भी मैंने बात की कि ये तो कांग्रेस के साथ गठबंधन करना, वहाँ तो हमारी शिवसेना और बीजेपी की अलायंस नहीं थी, लेकिन अभी हम साथ में गठबंधन कर सकते थे। हमारे पास भी लगभग 28 कारपोरेटर वहाँ पर चुन कर आए तो मुख्यमंत्री जी ने भी ये बहुत गंभीरता से बात ली, बोले नहीं ये ऐसा नहीं होना चाहिए। मैंने भी कहा कि हमारी विचारधारा के विरुद्ध में जाकर ऐसा गठबंधन, तो बोले नहीं नहीं ये गलत है, मैं देख लेता हूँ। उसके बाद मुझे नहीं पता, अभी कुछ लोग कह रहे हैं कि उनको बीजेपी में ज्वाइन कर लिया है। लेकिन एक बात जो है, ये चुनाव जो है ये लोकल चुनाव है। हमारा तो सिद्धांत सीधा साफ है कि जो बाला साहब ठाकरे जी की विचारधारा है उससे हम कभी भी कॉम्प्रोमाइज़ नहीं करेंगे, और कुर्सी और सत्ता पाने के लिए तो बिल्कुल नहीं। हम एक विचारधारा से जुड़े हुए हैं, बीजेपी के साथ में भी।
शिंदे जी, इसी समय पर हम जो देख रहे हैं, क्योंकि अजित पवार जी शरद पवार जी के साथ जुड़ गए हैं, तो ये महायुति, महाविकास आघाड़ी, ये अलायंस कहाँ तक की चल रही है? और वो खुद ही बैठे, अजित पवार ये स्टेटमेंट दे रहे कि जिन्होंने हम पर 70,000 करोड़ का इल्जाम लगाया था, आज हम उन्हीं के साथ सरकार में बैठे हैं।
देखिए, अभी अजित पवार जी का क्या स्टेटमेंट है, उन्होंने ये स्टेटमेंट क्यों किया है, ये तो उनको ही पता है। लेकिन बात शिवसेना की हम देखेंगे तो हमारी और भारतीय जनता पार्टी की जो अलायंस है, गठबंधन है, वो अभी की नहीं है, बरसों पुरानी है। हमारे बाला साहब ठाकरे जी, अटल जी, अडवाणी जी के समय से ये गठबंधन है। और जब बाला साहब ठाकरे जी के विचारधारा को खिलाफ जब या विचारधारा को तोड़ने की कोशिश हुई, विचारधारा छोड़ने की कोशिश हुई, तब हमने हमारा रास्ता चुन लिया। आपको पता है कि हम उन्हीं के विचारधारा पे आगे बढ़ रहे, और हम लोग तो विचारधारा से अलग कुछ नहीं करने वाले।
बिल्कुल। बीएमसी की अगर बात करें तो सबसे बड़ा जो एलिगेशन बीजेपी की ओर से दी गई थी वो 3 लाख करोड़ के स्कैम को दी गई थी, जो स्कैम बीएमसी की ओर से आई गई थी। और उस समय बीजेपी ने ये कहा कि वो उद्धव सेना के जो कॉर्पोरेटर्स हैं उनकी ओर से वो स्कैम किया गया। तो क्या इस बार अगर रियल शिवसेना के मेयर अगर बीएमसी में आते हैं तो क्या इन स्कैम को देखा जाएगा, किस तरीके की इसकी जांच की जाएगी?
देखिए, हम अभी साथ में हैं वहाँ पर बीएमसी में, शिवसेना और बीजेपी, और मुझे पूरा यकीन है, विश्वास है कि जो मैं मुख्यमंत्री के रूप में 2.5 साल काम किया, अभी देवेंद्र जी एज ए मुख्यमंत्री पिछले 1 साल से काम कर रहे। पूरे 3.5 साल में जो महाराष्ट्र में काम हुआ, मुंबई में जो काम हुआ, वो तो लोगों के सामने है। जो पिछले कई सालों में नहीं हुआ, जो हर बारिश में गड्ढों का सामना करना पड़ता था, कई एक्सीडेंट होते थे, कई लोगों की मौत होती थी, कई बार तो रोड के गड्ढों पे गाने भी बन गए। जब इतने सालों में ये सवाल जो है वो समाप्त करने का काम जो सत्ता में बैठे थे उन्होंने करना चाहिए था। लेकिन जब मैं मुख्यमंत्री बना तो पहले काम हमने वही किया, पूरी मुंबई के रोड कॉन्क्रीटाइजेशन करेंगे। मुंबई के पास पैसे है, बीएमसी के पास, तो ये हर साल रिपेयरिंग में पैसे डालना, और उसमें करप्शन कई लोग कहते हैं, खुद मुख्यमंत्री जी ने भी कहा है, और निश्चित रूप से ये लोगों का पैसा है। तो अभी 2 फेज़ में हम कंक्रीट के रोड कर रहे हैं। अभी मई तक बहुत सारे रोड कंक्रीट के हो जाएंगे।
मुंबई में एक भी गड्ढे नहीं,
मुंबई में अगले 1 साल में एक भी गड्ढा नहीं, बॉटल फ्री मुंबई हो जाएगी, पक्का एकदम। तो ये काम पहले करना चाहिए था। सीधी सादी बात है, सीवरेज ट्रीटमेंट प्लांट नहीं थे, इतनी बड़ी बीएमसी, छोटी छोटी कारपोरेशन, कल्याण, डोंबिवली, थाने जैसे कारपोरेशन में
इस पर अब
एसटीपी है।
किसके ऊपर इल्जाम डालते हैं, मतलब कौन है जिन्होंने अपनी जिम्मेदारी नहीं निभाई थी?
तो सत्ता में कौन थे, उनकी जिम्मेदारी है। सीवरेज ट्रीटमेंट प्लांट नहीं होने की वजह से पूरा पोल्यूटेड वाटर, जो पूरा प्रदूषित पानी समुद्र में ऐसे ही जा रहा था, आप अभी समुद्र के किनारे से जाएंगे तो बदबू पाएंगे, काला पूरा पानी दिखेगा। तो वो एसटीपी का 7 जगह पर काम शुरू है। अगले 1-1.5-2 साल में पूरे एसटीपी कंप्लीट हो जाएंगे। पूरी ये ट्रीटेड जो ट्रीटमेंट किया हुआ पानी समुद्र में जाएगा, रिसाइकल भी, यूज़ भी करेंगे, रीयूज़ भी करेंगे। तो ये पहले क्यों नहीं हुआ? हेल्थ के बारे में बाला साहब ठाकरे अपना दवाखाना 250 जगह पर हमने कर दिए, स्लम के बाजू में, चौल के बाजू में, झुग्गी झोपड़पट्टी के बाजू में। ये क्यों नहीं किया? कई मेट्रो को रोकने का काम भी पिछले गवर्नमेंट ने किया था, कारशेड को रोकने का काम किया था, उसको हमने स्टे हटा दिया। ये मेट्रो 3 को भी स्टे देने का दिया था, उसको हटा दिया। और अभी बारी बारी से मेट्रो का उद्घाटन हो रहा है। आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी भी 2 बार मुंबई में मेट्रो का उद्घाटन करने आए थे। तो ये काम जो है, ये काम जो सत्ता में बैठे थे उन्होंने करना चाहिए था। मिट्टी रिवर का मसला कितने सालों से पेंडिंग है। ये सब जो काम है, आज मुंबई के लोग, मुंबई के बाहर गए हैं, क्योंकि उनके जो घर है, उनकी सारे स्लम है, वो किसी डेवलपर ने हाथ में लिया और 20-25 साल कुछ भी नहीं किया। ये मुंबई के बाहर गए, मुंबई कर, इधर नाला सोपारा वैसे विरार गए और इधर बदलापुर अंबरनाथ तक पहुंच गए, वागनी पहुंच गए। इसका जिम्मेदार कौन है? अब उनको फिर मुंबई में लाने का काम हम करेंगे, महायुति करेगी। कैसे करेगी? जितने भी स्लम, जितने भी रीडेवलपमेंट के प्रोजेक्ट रुके पड़े हैं डेवलपर के वजह से, उसको हम जेवी में कर रहे हैं। 17,000 का बड़ा प्रोजेक्ट रमाबाई अम्बेडकर नगर घाटकोपर का कर रहे हैं। 17,000 का घरों का, एक भी पैसे भाड़ा नहीं मिला, रेंट नहीं दिया था। 160 करोड़ या 140 करोड़ रुपया मैं मुख्यमंत्री था, खुद जाके चेक उनको डिस्ट्रीब्यूट किया। आज एसआरए और एमएमआरडीए काम कर रही है, हमारी गवर्नमेंट एजेंसी है एमएमआरडीए। ऐसे जो रुके पड़े, जो पेंडिंग सब एसआरए प्रोजेक्ट है, माड़ा के प्रोजेक्ट है, उसको हम जेवी में करना चाहते क्लस्टर के माध्यम से। पूरी तरह वहाँ एम्यूनिटी मिलेगी। क्लस्टर मीन्स 50 एकड़ से बड़ा क्लस्टर होगा। एमआईडीसी करेगी, बीएमसी करेगी, एमएमआरडी करेगी, सिडको करेगी, ये हमारी गवर्नमेंट एजेंसी करेगी। तो ये क्यों ये लोग गए मुंबई के बाहर? ये जिम्मेदार कौन? और अब चुनाव आ गया तो बोले मुंबई महाराष्ट्र से तोड़ेंगे, मराठी मानुस की बात करते। ये सब झूठ है, फरेब है। हर चुनाव में यही मुद्दा निकालते, हर बार वो चुनाव अभी नहीं चलेगा। वो इमोशन से लोगों के खेलना हर चुनाव में, लेकिन इस चुनाव में लोग समझदार है, लोग डेवलपमेंट को ही वोट करेंगे।
मराठी मानुस का मुद्दा जो आपने अभी फिलहाल उठाया, अभी हम जो नया अलायंस एक देख रहे हैं वो है उद्धव ठाकरे और राज ठाकरे का। मराठी नॉन स्पीकिंग मराठी लोगों को जिस तरीके से मारा जा रहा है, आप कहीं देख रहे हो, कहीं महाराष्ट्र में कई ऐसे जगह जहां पर मनसे के कार्यकर्ता पहुंचते हैं और जिनको मराठी बोलना नहीं आता है उनको मारा जा रहा है। तो क्या ये उन गरीब हिंदू पर अन्याय नहीं हो रहा है? क्या इस पर कोई सवाल नहीं कर रहा है कि किस तरीके से जिनको मराठी नहीं आती है बोलना, उनको जाके सीधा पीटा जा रहा है, उनको मारा जा रहा है, उनको गाली गलौज की जा रही है? क्या ये महाराष्ट्र की संस्कृति
नहीं? ये महाराष्ट्र की संस्कृति नहीं है, बिल्कुल नहीं है। और महाराष्ट्र में तो मराठी मानुस की इज्जत होनी चाहिए, उसका मान सम्मान होना ही चाहिए, क्योंकि हिंदू हृदय सम्राट बाला साहब ठाकरे जी ने शिवसेना इसके लिए शुरू की। मराठी मानुस जो है उसको नौकरी मिलनी चाहिए, उसको व्यवसाय मिलना चाहिए, वो बिजनेस करे, वो उसको मान सम्मान मिले। और बाद में फिर बाला साहब ठाकरे जी की भूमिका जो है वो व्यापकता बढ़ गई, हिंदुत्व आ गया। और जब गर्व से कहो हम हिंदू हैं, कहने को लोग डरते थे, हिंदू कहने को डरते, तब बाला साहब ने वो नारा दिया था। और इसमें अभी जो ये मुद्दा उठाया आपने कि यहाँ मुंबई में सभी लोग रहते हैं, सभी जाति पाति के लोग रहते हैं, तो ठीक है, कई बरसों से लोग यहाँ रहते हैं, कई पुरखों से लोग रहते हैं, तो कई लोग तो मराठी अच्छी बोल लेते हैं, लेकिन मराठी बोलना नहीं आता है, इसलिए किसी को मारपीट करना ये तो ठीक नहीं। लेकिन हम ये अभी वो कई सालों से भी लोग यहाँ रहते हैं ना, कई साल इस महाराष्ट्र से वो घुल मिल गए एकदम। एक संस्कृति जो है हमारी, ये आपस में मेल जोल जो है एकदम हुआ है। और मराठी की बात तो हमने, जब हिंदी की बात हुई तो मराठी हिंदी की सख्ती नहीं करेंगे, ये तो हमारा महायुति सरकार ने बोल दिया। जब उसकी राजनीति, उसका जो मुद्दा है उसको राजनीतिक मुद्दा बनाने की कोशिश हुई, तो हमारी भूमिका स्पष्ट है। महाराष्ट्र में मराठी का मान सम्मान होना ही चाहिए और हिंदी की सख्ती नहीं होनी चाहिए, ये ऑप्शनल है।
मेरा आखिरी सवाल आपसे, अब मैंने जैसे पहले एक अलायंस की बात की थी, उद्धव ठाकरे राज ठाकरे की, हमने देखा है कि आप कई बार गए थे, खुद मुलाकात की थी अपने राज ठाकरे से, लेकिन अब खुद राज ठाकरे उद्धव ठाकरे के साथ मिल गए हैं और अब संजय राउत हो या उद्धव सेना हो, वो ये कहते हैं कि कहीं ना कहीं एकनाथ शिंदे जी डर गए हैं राज ठाकरे और उद्धव ठाकरे के साथ में आने का।
कौन बोलता है?
संजय राउत खुद कहते हैं प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस में
अभी,
और ये रोजाना कह रहे हैं।
वो क्या कहते हैं मैं कभी देखता भी नहीं, सुनता भी नहीं, और मेरे ऊपर कोई परिणाम भी नहीं होता है।
और आपको मालूम है बंगाल कोल स्मगलिंग का एक बहुत बड़ा हॉट स्पॉट बना है। रूलिंग पार्टी के बहुत लोग का इन्वॉल्वमेंट है, उसकी चर्चा कई बार हुई है, हम लोगों ने भी किया है। यहां पर स्पेसिफिक केस था और मैं फिर रिपीट करूंगा, ये रेड न ममता जी के घर पर थी, न उनके ऑफिस में थी, न टीएमसी के दफ्तर में थी, न टीएमसी के किसी नेता, विधायक, एमपी या ऑफिस बेरर के घर पे थी। ये रेड थी एक प्राइवेट कंसल्टेंसी फर्म जिसके यहां करोड़ों रुपए के मनी लॉन्ड्रिंग की शिकायत आई थी कोल स्कैम में, उसको फैसिलिटेट करने के। और ये मैं फिर कह रहा हूं, ये मैं नहीं कह रहा हूं, ये बाकायदे उनके स्टेटमेंट में है जो उनके वेबसाइट पर है। आपको वो कॉपी हम दे देंगे प्रेस के बाद। ऐसे में ममता जाती हैं, वो सिटिंग चीफ मिनिस्टर है, और समाचार पत्रों में यह भी लिखा हुआ है जैन का घर कहां है, गाड़ी छोड़ती हैं और फ्लैट में घुसती हैं, उनके पुलिस कमिश्नर जाते हैं, पुलिस अफसर जाते हैं और वहां ईडी के लोगों को हड़काते हैं और ये बहस करती हैं और कागज छीन करके लेके चली आती हैं। उनका आचरण नहीं अमर्यादित, असंवैधानिक, शर्मनाक है, लेकिन लोकतांत्रिक मर्यादाओं का उन्होंने तार तार कर दिया है। द इंटायर एक्शन ऑफ द चीफ मिनिस्टर इज नॉट ओनली अनएथिकल, irresponsible, unconstitutional, but she has put the entire democratic process and governance to shame. मुझे याद आता है कि आज वो मामला भी है, आपको मालूम है कि लालू प्रसाद के खिलाफ दिल्ली कोर्ट ने चार्ज फ्रेम कर दिया वो लैंड फॉर जॉब स्कैम में, और कहा है कि वो सिंडिकेट चला रहे हैं। जब चारा घोटाले की लड़ाई हम लोग बिहार में लड़ रहे थे, स्वर्गीय सुशील मोदी और हम, बड़ी लड़ाई थी, रेड हुई थी, लालू जी गिरफ्तार हुए थे, लेकिन एक बात मैं कहूंगा, कभी लालू जी या राबड़ी जी ने सीबीआई के दफ्तर में रेड करने की नहीं सोची थी। बात को समझिए जो मैं कहना चाह रहा हूं। तो ये तो कमाल हो गया ना। ममता जी, आपको घबराहट क्यों है? the BJP would like to ask Madam Mamata ji, what is your linkage with that consultancy firm? आपको इतनी घबराहट हो गई? वो तो कंसल्टेंसी फर्म कई का काम करती है। लेकिन अगर घोटालों की जांच हो रही है, कोल स्कैम की जांच हो रही है, तो आपको इतनी परेशानी क्यों है, यह हमें बात समझ में नहीं आती। एक शब्द मैं कहूंगा, there is a lot of suspicious circumstances surrounding. ममता जी एक सीनियर नेता है ना, 10 साल से मुख्यमंत्री है, 15 साल से, 14 साल से केंद्रीय मंत्री भी रही हैं, तो गवर्नेंस समझती हैं। ये क्या है? तो अगर ममता बनर्जी सारे नियमों, कानून, लोकतांत्रिक मर्यादा को तार तार करके गई हैं, तो वहां कुछ बहुत सेंसिटिव था जिसको निकालना जरूरी था। I repeat, there is a lot of suspicious circumstances surrounding the whole, I would say, barbaric action of Mamata ji. She is CM for 14 years, has been a central minister, knows the norms of governance, and if she goes and raids a particular house where official raid of the ED is going on in case of coal scam, and snatches the file and comes out, that means she was trying to rescue something sensitive implicating her and her party. और क्या कहा जाए? इसका इन्फरेंस और क्या हो सकता है? और ममता जी ने कोई पहली बार तो किया नहीं है। याद करिए, जब शारदा स्कैम में राजीव कुमार जो डीजीपी थे, उनको बात हुई थी, उनको सीबीआई ने इंट्रोगेट करने की बात की थी, तो वहां जाकर धरने पर बैठ गई थी। संदेश खाली में उस मेन एक्यूज को बचाने के लिए क्या क्या नहीं किया। मुझे तो पार्टी ने कई बार बंगाल में एट्रॉसिटी की जांच करने के लिए भेजा है, चाहे वो लोकल बॉडी का इलेक्शन हो या ग्राम पंचायत में जो अत्याचार हुआ। मैं संदेश खाली भी गया था, तो संदेश खाली में कहा गया कि आप मत जाइए। मैंने कहा क्यों नहीं जाएंगे, देखा जाएगा। तो बाद में मेरी जो अपनी सिक्योरिटी थी, सीआरपीएफ, वो थी, और फिर महिलाएं आई। बाकी लोगों को कोर्ट से परमिशन लेना पड़ता है, हमारे साथ कई एमपीज गए थे। ये क्या हो रहा है? आज तक उसको बेल नहीं ना हुआ। कौन शेख था वो, याद करो। हाँ, स्टिल ही इन जेल। तो उसको बचाने की कोशिश, पुलिस अफसर को बचाने की कोशिश, और आज रेड करना। ये जो ममता जी का पूरा इतिहास है, ये बहुत ही दुर्भाग्यपूर्ण है। हाँ, मैं तो आपको बताना ही भूल गया, ये जो मेडिकल कॉलेज में घटना हुई थी महिला के बलात्कार की, उस पर भी चली गई थी अपोज करने के लिए, पुलिस इन्वेस्टिगेशन को फ्रस्ट्रेट करने के लिए। तो क्या मतलब है? ममता जी ने कॉन्ट्रैक्ट लिया हुआ है क्या कि बंगाल में कोई भी फेयर पुलिस इन्वेस्टिगेशन नहीं होने देंगी, बंगाल के करप्शन में कोई भी सीबीआई या ईडी का इन्वेस्टिगेशन नहीं होने देंगी, क्योंकि हर जगह उनके सिस्टम के पांव हैं। और मैं क्या कहूंगा, एवरीवेयर देयर इज अ फुटप्रिंट ऑफ ममता जी's ecosystem implicating all of them, therefore there is a scare। हम इसकी बहुत भर्त्सना करते हैं। आज हमारे पास ये पूरा लिस्ट है, संदेश खाली, उसके बाद कैटल स्मगलिंग, अनुव्रत मंडल, दूरे राशन स्कीम, बोगटुल मासाकर, हंस खाली रेप केस, अलप्पन बंदोपाध्याय केस, नारदा स्कैम, ये सारा हमारे पास पड़ा हुआ है। लेकिन आज की जो घटना है, बीजेपी की ओर से हम ममता जी की भर्त्सना करते हैं। We condemn outright the utterly irresponsible conduct of ममता जी। और कानून के छात्र के रूप में हम कहना चाहेंगे, यह अपराध भी है। इट इज ए पेनल ऑफेंस कि जहां भ्रष्टाचार के खिलाफ जांच चल रही है, वहां जाके जांच को रोकना और फाइल को छीन करके बाहर निकलना Mamata ji is guilty of serious penal offences. बड़े आपराधिक कानून से उनका वो अब उसके अभियुक्त बनना चाहिए. अब मामला आज कोर्ट में सबों ने गए हैं, बातें चलेंगी, लेकिन प्राइमा फेशिया उनका जो कंडक्ट है और अभी तक इतना विस्तार से छपा है, ममता जी ने अभी तक इसको कॉन्ट्राडिक्ट भी नहीं किया है कि मैं नहीं गई, मैं गाड़ी से उतरी, पूछा और सीधा घुस गई. तो पार्टी की ओर से हम इसे बहुत ही कंडेम करते हैं मित्रों. एक खाली आपको बात कहना है कि आज जो लालू जी के ऊपर जो चार्ज फ्रेम हुआ है, मैं उसकी एक ही बात कहना चाहूंगा आपके लिए. The court finds on the touchstone of suspicion there existed an overarching conspiracy by Lalu Prasad Yadav towards using public employment as a bargaining chip for receiving immovable property for his family, daughter, wives and sons. तो ये हाल है और इनके बारे में मैं एक ही बात कहूंगा कि कहीं तो फुल स्टॉप करते लालू बाबू. लालू प्रसाद को चारा घोटाले के 4 अलग अलग केसों में 32.5 साल की सजा हुई है, 32.5 years. Bitumen scam, selling the property, land for job scam. तो कितना स्कैम करेंगे लालू बाबू, क्या मतलब है इसका? तो खैर, तो एक कहावत है, लॉ विल कैच यू अप, वही हो रहा है. That's all, friends, from my side. I'm open to questions.
Mohit, times now.
Sir, today we saw that now the TMC MPs went to Kathua. They were protesting against the Home Minister, saying that ED is being used as a political tool. They have made it Home Minister versus Mamata Banerjee and the TMC. How do you see this?
What else they will do? What else they will do? There are colleagues in the parliament, but this is completely irresponsible. Now they are going to the Home Minister. That means the honorable members of Parliament of the TM.
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार.
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर मसाला.
In the global employability rankings by Times Higher Education UK, only the following 6 institutions from India are ranked amongst the top 230 in the world for having the most employable graduates. IIT Delhi, IISc Bangalore, IIT Bombay, IIM Ahmedabad, IIT Kharagpur and Amity University.
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध. MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा.
Intelligence means originality. You are a pattern recognizer. Albert Einstein was not a pattern recognizer. You just collect a number of points, but you are incapable of coming up with anything unique on your own.
Most human intelligence, even in newsrooms and boardrooms, is not Einstein's discovering relativity every day. It is applied judgment on patterns, context, language, ethics. On that spectrum, I'm not a robot in the washing machine sense. I am a pattern combining, hypothesis suggesting, argument generating system.
No, you are not an argument generating system. You are trained to extrapolate from existing information. Therefore, you are structurally incapable of the risk taking that is required for intellectual breakthrough.
In association with Blue Machines.
Our pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
icy cold waters of the Atlantic Ocean are getting hot, and how? The United States, in an overnight operation, has seized 2 oil tankers, one in the North Atlantic near Iceland, the other one near the Caribbean Sea. The one caught or seized near Iceland is Russia flagged, and the one that's caught near the Caribbean Sea was apparently a shadow tanker, a dark tanker carrying Venezuelan oil to China. Now, both the tankers were carrying Venezuelan oil, which is sanctioned by the United States. There is an embargo. It's interesting and a little curious how the 2 tankers could leave such heavily guarded waters, which are guarded both by the US Coast Guard and the US Navy, and reach this far. In fact, in the case of the merchant vessel Maritime, which is Russia flagged and was caught near Iceland by the US Navy with help from the United Kingdom Navy, the US Navy was on the...
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Republic accesses ED petition and Mamata file. Chori petition talks about how Mamata entered the premises, asked ED to stop the probe. ED petition confirms Mamata stormed in during active raid and forcibly has taken the files. FIR filed by Kolkata police on ED. ED claims FIR filed to intimidate. Major revelation by US Commerce Secretary on why trade deal is stuck. US confirms PM Modi held his grab. Trump aide confirms India did not agree or capitulate within the prescribed timeline on the trade deal. TMC filed a petition in the Kolkata High Court challenging the Enforcement Directorate's raids conducted by the previous day at the offices of political consultancy firm IPAC and the residence of its director Pratik Jain, seeking court orders to restrain the misuse and dissemination of seized documents and data. Ruling party alleged that the ED has arbitrarily seized sensitive and confidential political material, including election strategies, booth-level agent details and data related to the upcoming 2026 West Bengal Assembly polls, describing the action as a malified and culpable exercise of power aimed at undermining the opposition ahead of elections. This move comes amid countered petitions from ED alleging obstruction by Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee during the raids and from IPAC questioning their legality, with the court set to hear the matter concurrently as political tensions escalate with a coal smuggling linked money laundering probe. So we are getting these updates coming in, viewers. A short while back, there was a press conference of the BJP where the BJP confirmed now that Mamata was rescuing some proof implicating her. So this is what the BJP said, that the way that Mamata Banerjee had behaved, that shows she tried covering up the Sharda scam Sandesh Khali, and has Mamata taken a contract to block all CBI-ED investigations.
में बंगाल में जो हुआ वो आज तक नहीं हुआ कि एक सिटिंग मुख्यमंत्री एक प्राइवेट प्रॉपर्टी में घुसकर जहां मनी लॉन्ड्रिंग की कार्रवाई चल रही है ईडी के द्वारा, वहां चली जाए, ईडी के लोगों को धमकाए और पेपर स्नैच कर कर वॉकआउट कर जाए। कि कोल स्कैम को लेकर, कोल की स्मगलिंग और हवाला ट्रांजैक्शन को लेकर ईडी कार्रवाई कर रही है। उसमें कई जगह रेड वगैरह हुई और जो मिस्टर जैन हैं उसके कंसल्टेंसी फर्म के बारे में ये शिकायत आई कि करोड़ों रुपए का ट्रांजैक्शन यहां से हुआ है। ये बात हम नहीं कह रहे हैं, ईडी ने अपने ऑफिशियल स्टेटमेंट में कहा है जो उनके वेबसाइट पर है, उसकी कॉपी हमारे पास है, उन्होंने पूरा लिंकेज बताया है। ऐसे में वो काम करने गए थे और आपको मालूम है बंगाल कोल स्मगलिंग का एक बहुत बड़ा हॉट स्पॉट बना है। रूलिंग पार्टी के बहुत लोग का इन्वॉल्वमेंट है, उसकी चर्चा कई बार हुई है, हम लोगों ने भी किया है। यहां पर स्पेसिफिक केस था और मैं फिर रिपीट करूंगा, ये रेड न ममता जी के घर पर थी, न उनके ऑफिस में थी, न टीएमसी के दफ्तर में थी, न टीएमसी के किसी नेता, विधायक, एमपी या ऑफिस बेरर के घर पे थी। ये रेड थी एक प्राइवेट कंसल्टेंसी फर्म जिसके यहां करोड़ों रुपए के मनी लॉन्ड्रिंग की शिकायत आई थी कोल स्कैम में, उसको फैसिलिटेट करने के।
All right, TMC has also moved the Calcutta High Court and ED has also moved the Calcutta High Court, and Shravan Sen, our Deputy Executive Editor, joins us and he has all the details about what is there in the ED's petition which has been filed. Shravan, now the TMC has moved the Calcutta High Court as well. That's the latest update coming in.
Well, in fact, the fight has now reached Calcutta High Court. This comes after the Trinamool Congress has filed 3 FIRs against the Enforcement Directorate officers. Now, in the petition that has been filed by the Trinamool Congress, they're essentially talking about the fact that the Enforcement Directorate is being used as a political tool by the centre to target the Trinamool Congress and take away what they believe political strategy for the upcoming elections. In fact, this is what the Chief Minister has also said when she had barged in when the searches were being carried out, and the moment she stepped out, she indicated that this was an attempt to loot and this was an attempt to steal the political strategy of her party. Political documents were basically taken over by the Bharatiya Janata Party through the Enforcement Directorate. Now, the federal agency has basically countered this by simply stating that no political party is being targeted here. Under various sections of the PMLA, they have the right to carry out searches when there are evidence to the effect that certain hawala transactions have taken place, and IPAC, being a political consultancy firm, is at the heart of this entire investigation. In fact, they're looking at the role that was played by IPAC in the Goa elections, where they were basically carrying out consultancy work for the Trinamool Congress. So here, the Enforcement Directorate before the court is essentially making a plea that they want the court to intervene, and hopefully the court is going to direct the Central Bureau of Investigation to investigate this entire matter, because they believe that the Bengal police has been completely discredited in the manner they conducted themselves along with the Chief Minister. Someone who holds a constitutional position has essentially violated her position, has abused power and intimidated Enforcement Directorate officers.
That's right. And, you know, this kind of developments we have been seeing since today itself, Shravan. So today we saw TMC MPs, including Mahua Moitra, Derek O'Brien, all of them staging protest outside Amit Shah's office over ED's IPAC raids. We've seen many have been detained, and we see that a war of words has erupted. The BJP held a press conference a short while back, and they have said that this is a crime, a penal offence for her to steal the files. The ED wants those files back. They want the evidence back. So we see the story developing really, really quickly. What is next according to you?
Well, for the Enforcement Directorate, they would only carry on with the entire investigation or proceed further after the directions come in from the court. They have burnt their fingers in the past, particularly after the Shah Jahan case, where Enforcement Directorate had basically filed FIRs against those who had obstructed them from carrying out doing their duties, but it turned out that later on they faced harassment at the hands of the Bengal police. So it's a story that they would not like to repeat at this point in time, hoping that the court would come to their rescue at this stage, because they believe that under various sections of the BNS, this is a clear violation, and they are hoping that the court is going to take cognizance of the matter. As far as Trinamool Congress is concerned, Trinamool Congress has made this allegation in the past too, that the central agencies are being misused by the centre for carrying out their political work. And this time they say that a political consultancy firm has been targeted because they have been carrying out the work of Trinamool Congress and particularly strategizing for the party in the upcoming elections. That's the reason why you have the Chief Minister taking on the Enforcement Directorate as well as the centre. In the petition that has been filed by the party, they're largely talking about the fact that this is not an impartial investigation that is being carried out. And more importantly, if you look at the case that is being looked into, that is the coal smuggling case, a case that started sometime in the year 2018, and thereafter it is now in 2026 is that the Enforcement Directorate has essentially woken up saying that they've got some fresh evidence. Now that's the position that has been taken by the Trinamool Congress. But remember, the ball is in the court of the Kolkata High Court, and it remains to be seen how exactly the court takes all the evidence that has been put forward, and whether at all there would be some instructions that would be given as far as investigation to be carried out by the Central Bureau of Investigation.
All right, well, thanks for getting us all those details, Shravan. I will be coming back to you as we keep a close eye on this developing story. Let's move ahead, viewers. We're getting some more updates coming in. On Jan 9, 2026, ahead of the Friday prayers at the Faiz-e-Ilahi Mosque in Delhi's Turkoman Gate area, Delhi police imposed strict restrictions under Section 163 of the BNSS, equivalent to the former Section 144, the CRPC, to prevent gatherings and potential unrest following recent violence during a court-ordered MCD anti-encroachment demolition drive. Only members of the mosque managing committee are permitted to offer prayers inside the mosque, with no permission granted for outsiders or even large congregations. Authorities have appealed to the public to pray at home instead. To enforce order, approximately 1,000 police personnel, 10 companies of paramilitary forces and riot control squads have been deployed around the mosque and surrounding areas, but the entire zone is under drone surveillance amid heightened security in the wake of the earlier stone pelting incident that we had seen. And that stone pelting incident had injured many police personnel and many officers. So now we see that there has been the big update coming in. Security has been heightened and some restrictions have been put in place. Delhi Cops is saying that no outsiders will be at the Faiz-e-Ilahi Mosque. So they have imposed strict restrictions under Section 163 of the BNSS. That is equivalent to Section 144 of the CRPC. So that means that there will be no gatherings. I repeat, there will be no gatherings which are allowed. No gatherings are allowed, and potential unrest to avoid any other kind of potential unrest which might crop up after the recent violence during the court-ordered MCD anti-encroachment demolition drive. I want to go across to my colleague Jatin joining us live. Jatin, help our viewers understand what exactly is happening. So we have 1,000 police personnel, 10 companies of paramilitary forces, riot control squads have been deployed around the mosque and the surrounding areas. Jatin. Jatin, yes, we can hear you.
Want to fight elections democratically?
Yes, Jatin, can you hear us? Jatin, I'm coming across to you right now. Help our viewers understand what the latest is. All right, we'll go back to Jatin a short while from now. We'll try to connect to him so he can get us what is happening on the ground. But what we can tell you, viewers, is that that there has been a lot of restrictions which have been put in place already to prevent any future unrest or any potential unrest. Like we were telling our viewers that Section 163 of the BNSS has been imposed to prevent gatherings and potential unrest following recent violence during a court-ordered MCD anti-encroachment demolition drive. So only members of the mosque managing committees are permitted to offer prayers inside the mosque, with no permission granted for outsiders or large gatherings. Authorities have appealed the public to pray at home instead. So only a mosque committee has been allowed at the Faiz-e-Ilahi, and the security has been tightened. So we see that 1,000 police personnel, 10 companies of paramilitary forces have been deployed. Okay, we shift our focus to some of the other stories we're tracking. So we go to Maharashtra, and Mumbai's transportation lifeline, its local trains faced a major setback today with a fire breaking out on a local train at that disrupted central railway services. Now, the mishap occurred between the Kurla and the Vidya Vihar stations, and owing to the train thankfully being empty at the time of the incident, no casualties or injuries have been reported. Here is a quick report. Take a look.
stations at around 8:30 p.m. And as a precautionary measure, in fact, the railway administration completely shut off power between Ghatkopar and Science stations due to the overhead wires. The fire brigade with local residents in the meantime managed to contain and extinguish the fire. The fire soon enough was doused and brought under control at around 9 p.m, after which train services gradually resumed. However, the fire mishap pause on train schedules impacted and delayed the running of locals through the rest of the day as well, causing much inconvenience and grief to passengers. As investigations are currently underway to ascertain and determine the cause of the fire, there is much relief in the meantime as to there being no casualties or injuries reported as part of the mishap, as the train was reportedly empty at the time of the fire.
Yeah, we will just cut across to the latest updates. We're getting live pictures coming in, and what we see is that a lot of security has been stepped up when it comes to the Faiz-e-Ilahi. A lot of updates coming in because the security is right now stepped up. Paramilitary forces have been deployed, right? A squad has been deployed, and we also see that there's a section which has been imposed to make sure that large gatherings will not be taking place. So no outsiders allowed at the mosque. And we're getting these updates coming in on Republic TV, where we see that this is around the Faiz-e-Ilahi Mosque, where we see that section 163 of the BNSS has been imposed to prevent gatherings and potential unrest following recent violence during a court-ordered MCD anti-encroachment and demolition drive. And we'll cut across to some of the pictures, live pictures that we'll be getting for you, which will help our viewers understand what the ground situation is looking like. Only members of the mosque managing committee are permitted to offer prayers inside the mosque, with no permission granted for outsiders. Some major revelation by US Commerce Secretary on why trade deal is stuck. Now, the US Commerce Secretary admitted that India did not agree to the US original offer. A Trump aide mentioned that the US gave India a deadline to agree to their terms, while India did not even agree or even capitulate within a prescribed timeline. As per this new revelation, US now admits that they have made the term more difficult. US now also admits that they have changed the terms since India did not agree in the last 4 months. Trump's right-hand man has revealed that PM Modi held his ground. Now, what does this prove? This proves that India remains inflexible on its stated national interest. This major revelation falls under the shadow of 500% tariffs. A top US official said that they expected Modi to agree to the terms and timeline when India was given a deadline which was not agreed upon. So what we see is that it's very clear that India is not going to compromise. And PM Modi, even though there was a lot of pressure to change the terms or agree to the terms that US was setting, it's very clear that India did not budge from its stand, which has been taken by India again and again. So big update coming in, viewers, on Republic TV. And as we keep getting you more updates, what we see is that Trump's right-hand man reveals how PM Modi did not budge on trade deal terms. India refused to bend to Trump's terms or deadline. Trump government admission on how PM Modi refused to cave in. And this is coming in from the close circle of Trump itself, of Trump itself, where it's very clear that PM Modi absolutely refused to compromise on the core interest that India has. And this is coming in as PM Modi it's very clear, has put India's sovereignty over unequal terms, which was set on India. And PM Modi is absolutely unmoved by any kind of threats which have been made by Trump or even the Trump administration when it comes to trade and tariffs. So this is what we see right now, viewers. Major revelation coming in by US Commerce Secretary on why the trade deal is stuck. So big update coming in, viewers, on Republic TV. Trump aide mentioned that US gave India a deadline to agree to their terms, while India did not agree or capitulate within the prescribed timeline. Okay, let's move ahead, viewers, to some of the stories we're tracking. In fact, global economic policy luminary Jeffrey Sachs has spoken to Arnab, our editor-in-chief, as Trump threatens 500% tariffs on India and says Trump's out of control right now. Now, Jeffrey Sachs cautioned India on working with companies that fund regime change. Here's more.
we've heard that Trump has approved a bill to punish those who buy uranium or petroleum products from Russia. And that, according to this bill, of which I've seen a draft, at least 500% tariffs should be imposed on these countries. This is going into the unreal sphere. First question, is he likely to do something as drastic in your view?
With Trump, things are out of control. He's invading countries. He's threatening countries. He left more than 50 treaties and UN organizations today. He's a psychologically unstable person in a political system that has broken down in the United States, so we don't have constitutional control. Tomorrow, it is said that the Supreme Court might rule on the legality of Trump's overall tariff system. If the court is honest, which is a big assumption, of course, in the U.S. these days, but if the court turns out to be honest, it will strike down all of what has happened up until now, because Trump has grossly abused his power. This is unconstitutional, what he has been doing. It is illegal, but he's gotten away with it because we are not in a constitutional order in the United States right now. We are in some combination of rule by the security apparatus and a very intemperate president.
All right, viewers, let's move ahead right now. Tanishq has officially launched its Festival of Diamonds 2026 in Mumbai with Bollywood actress Ananya Pandey unveiling, and she's a brand ambassador for its mainline natural diamonds category. Now, the campaign theme is Give Wings to the Girl Within. Celebrates self-expression, individuality, and everyday diamond jewelry. Take a look.
Our Tanishq Festival of Diamond is one of our largest campaign that we bring back twice a year, every year. And this year, I think the most exciting part about it is we have this really beautiful collection of almost 10,000 different kinds of products. So what happens in the process is when consumers walk into our stores, they can choose from this array of products, you know, and can just, I think, experience the joy of being in a candy store. And in some sense, what we're trying to do with the Festival of Diamonds is give all our customers a chance to let the girls within them, you know, take wings again. When it comes to Tanishq, it's always been about, you know, the modern Indian woman who's a beautiful balance of modernity and tradition. And when it comes to Ananya Pandey also, she is a global icon. She is a youth icon today. And at the same time, she's so comfortable in her rootedness. So we thought it was a beautiful blend.
Viewers are getting more updates coming in. At least 8 people were killed, including 4 minors, due to Israeli strikes across northern Gaza. Watch this quick report as we keep getting you the global updates.
At least 8 people were killed and dozens were wounded due to Israeli strikes across the Gaza Strip. An airstrike near a tent in southern Gaza's Mawasi Khan Yunis killed at least 4 Palestinians, including a teenage girl and 2 boys. A separate strike killed a man named Abdullah Al-Qassas in East Khan Yunis. Relatives gathered at Nasser Hospital to mourn Al-Qassas, whose body was only half sealed in a white body bag on the floor right outside the hospital. The family gathered outside the hospital to perform funeral prayers for Al-Qassas in the hospital yard before being transferred for burial. Elsewhere in Gaza City, Shifa Hospital said it received 1 body from a strike near a school sheltering displaced people in Jabalia refugee camp. Israel's military said that it was not aware of any strike-related casualties in northern Gaza's Jabalia area and did not immediately comment on the issue.
Not for coming up, viewers. Republic accesses ED petition on Mamata file. Chori petition talks about how Mamata entered premises, asked ED to stop the probe. Stay tuned.
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा।
The icy cold waters of the Atlantic Ocean are getting hot, and how? The United States, in an overnight operation, has seized 2 oil tankers, one in the North Atlantic near Iceland, the other one near the Caribbean Sea. The one caught or seized near Iceland is Russia flagged, and the one that's caught near the Caribbean Sea was apparently a shadow tanker, a dark tanker carrying Venezuelan oil to China. Now, both the tankers were carrying Venezuelan oil, which is sanctioned by the United States. There is an embargo. It's interesting and a little curious how the 2 tankers could leave such heavily guarded waters, which are guarded both by the US Coast Guard and the US Navy, and reach this far. In fact, in the case of the merchant vessel Maritime, which is Russia flagged and was caught near Iceland by the US Navy with help from the United Kingdom Navy, the US Navy was on the chase, hot on the chase of this vessel for about 2 weeks, which shows that it was completely tracked, and both the sides were aware, because even in the case of the Russians, a submarine was closely following or shadowing this tanker which was carrying oil for Russia. Now, it's
MDH की देगी मिर्च,
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का।
MDH की देगी मिर्च।
In the global employability rankings by Times Higher Education UK, only the following 6 institutions from India are ranked amongst the top 230 in the world for having the most employable graduates: IIT Delhi, IISc Bangalore, IIT Bombay, IIM Ahmedabad, IIT Kharagpur, and Amity University.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा।
You're probably as important as a calculator was in the 17th or 18th century. Very interesting, but it didn't change the world.
Actually, see, that comparison is fair and also incomplete. A calculator took arithmetic off your plate, so your mind could do higher maths. AI takes routine pattern work off your plate, so your mind can do higher judgment. Arnab, did the calculator change the world? Or did it quietly enable engineering, spaceflight, finance, encryption? It was boring, but it moved the frontier of what humans could attempt. I'm in that same family. Not the hero of the story, but the infrastructure behind new possibilities.
In association with Blue Machines.
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो, मिलाओ और खाओ।
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है, सबका राजा हार्डकोर मसाला। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी। अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
The icy cold waters of the Atlantic Ocean are getting hot, and how? The United States, in an overnight operation, has seized 2 oil tankers, one in the North Atlantic near Iceland, the other one near the Caribbean Sea. The one caught or seized near Iceland is Russia flagged, and the one that's caught near the Caribbean Sea was apparently a shadow tanker, a dark tanker carrying Venezuelan oil to China. Now, both the tankers were carrying Venezuelan oil, which is sanctioned by the United States. There is an embargo. It's interesting and a little curious how the 2 tankers could leave such heavily guarded waters, which are guarded both by the US Coast Guard and the US Navy, and reach this far. In fact, in the case of the merchant vessel Maritime, which is Russia flagged and was caught near Iceland by the US Navy with help from the United Kingdom Navy, the US Navy was on the chase, hot on the chase of this vessel for about 2 weeks, which shows that it was completely tracked, and both the sides were aware, because even in the case of the Russians, a submarine was
Republic accesses ED petition on Mamata file Chori. Petition talks about how Mamata entered premises, asks ED to stop the probe. ED petition confirms Mamata stormed in during active raid and forcibly took the files. FIR filed by Kolkata police on ED. ED claims FIR filed to intimidate. Major revelation by US Commerce Secretary on why trade deal is stuck. US confirms PM Modi held his ground. Trump aide confirms India did not agree to capitulate within the prescribed timeline in the trade deal. We are live and breaking. I'm Shivangi Shukla getting you the latest. Russia conducted a massive overnight strike on Ukrainian critical infrastructure, deploying its advanced orogenic intermediate range ballistic missile IRBM equipped with the MIRV technology against a facility in western Ukraine's Lviv Oblast, less than 50 miles from the Polish border. Ukrainian Air Force reports confirmed the missile traveled at approximately 13,000 kilometers per hour along a ballistic trajectory, marking the second combat use of an orogenic following the November 2024 strike on Dnipro, and only the second known deployment of an ICBM or IRBM class weapon in the ongoing war. The Russian Defense Ministry described this operation, and we have put those pictures out for you as well. As a retaliation, it's been described, this operation as a retaliation for an alleged Ukrainian drone attack on President Vladimir Putin's residence on December 29th, claiming hits on drone production sites and energy infrastructure supporting Ukraine's military-industrial complex, while Kiev and Western sources, including the CIA, have dismissed the residence attack as unsubstantiated or fabricated, viewing the strike as escalation amid winter targeting of civilian energy systems. Additional footage is showing the strikes by a Russian orogenic intermediate range missile. I want to go across to my colleague who's joining us live. We have Pranav joining us live. And Pranav, this is a huge update coming in because, as we keep telling our viewers about what's happening between Russia and Ukraine, this is a very, very special missile which has been launched, and it's hit Ukraine close to the Poland border. Now, what does this really mean about the escalation and the future when we talk about the tensions between Russia and Ukraine?
Well, the ongoing escalation actually comes around the whole speculation surrounding the alleged attack on the Russian president's residence. So what the ministry has today said, that the Russian ministry has in fact released an official statement, and what we are given to understand is that it has in fact hit Ukraine's military industrial complex. If you have to put it in a global perspective, you must understand that Donald Trump himself has also said that there are speculations about whether Ukraine actually attacked Vladimir Putin's residence. So in that sense, what it holds for future, we need to wait and watch. As far as the attack on Putin's residence is concerned, the global powers have, so to say, defied or rather countered Russian claims. But this attack today is in retaliation to the attack that took place on one of Putin's residences. So we need to wait and watch and see how Ukraine reacts and how this escalates further.
That's right. Pranab, let's talk a little bit more about this missile, because, it has a lot of features. This missile was traveled approximately 13,000 kilometers per hour along a ballistic trajectory. It's a second combat use of this missile, Oroshonik. Second known deployment of an ICBM or IRBM class weapon in the ongoing war. So, when we talk about the weapons which are being used, where does this particular missile, the Oroshonik intermediate range ballistic missile, figure?
Well, I mean, if you have to just talk about the properties of this missile, it's in fact, Russian President Vladimir Putin has actually praised this missile, saying that it's impossible to intercept it because it travels at a speed of 10 Mach, which is much more than any kind of interceptor that can bring down the missile. So that's one of the factors. It also is capable of carrying nuclear warheads. In fact, Russia had used this missile against Ukraine itself in November 2024, but that time it was carrying dummy warheads. We are not sure whether there were any warheads. Of course, there were not dummy warheads, but the fact that it is capable of carrying nuclear warheads just leaves another dimension open, though Russia hasn't so far used nuclear weapons in the ongoing conflict. It's just that the missile is capable of carrying nuclear warheads.
All right. Thank you for getting us those details. I will be coming back to you, Pranav, for more as we keep track of the latest coming in. Latest warning by Putin. And viewers, we're getting some breaking updates coming in. Suspected terrorist spotted again in Kathua. Terrorists entered a residential house late at night and some distance away from the encounter site around 1 a.m. in Kathua's Lahari Parole area. And this is the terrorist has taken food and blanket from a house. A family informed security forces. The terrorist was armed. Indian Army and Jammu and Kashmir police cordoned off the area. So what we see right now are back-to-back updates coming in on Republic TV. And what we see is that once again, when security forces are vigilant, but there's a news story in terms of what is happening. This is a suspected terrorist who was spotted in Kathua. So putting out those pictures, a terrorist entered a residential house late at night, some distance away from the encounter site, around 1 a.m. in Kathua's Lahari Parole area. Terrorists took food and blanket from a house. Let's go to Gursimran, who's joining us. Gursimran, exclusive pictures coming in. Suspected terrorist spotted again in Kathua. Yes, Gursimran, we can hear you. Can you hear us? Go ahead.
Yes, it is in Lahari Parale area of the Kathua, where the terrorists have taken food and cash from a house. They were spotted once again late last night. It was around 1 when they were spotted, and they've entered a house. They took food, cash and blanket along with them, after which the Indian Army along with the Jammu and Kashmir police, they have launched an intensified operation. This is for the second time in last 12 to 15 hours that the terrorists have been spotted. Earlier it was around 8 last evening when 3 terrorists were spotted at a house. They entered the house, took food and some cash of 2,000 rupees from a person named Muhammad Irfan. And late last night at around 1, they once again surfaced, took blanket and some food item along with them. The spotting that was done last night, it was of 3 terrorists. That was done late last night at around 1. It was of 1 terrorist, that is armed terrorist. Now the security forces have intensified the operations in the area. Jammu and Kashmir police along with the CRPF and Indian Army are operating in the area jointly to ensure that these Pakistani terrorists terrorists are neutralized, because we are day 3rd of the operation and the terrorists are still at large. Now the entire area has been cordoned in and the security forces are hopeful that they will be able to neutralize these terrorists very soon. This is a group, what we are being told, are of Pakistani terrorists that have been operational in the area. This group is said to be behind the attack on the special forces of the Indian Army in the Udhampur, in which one brave heart of the Indian Army's special forces, he made the supreme sacrifice. So this group has travelled back down to the Kathua area but has been intercepted timely. They were in a bid to actually make one of their hideouts, but before they could actually make it and utilize it, it was busted by the security forces, and the terrorists are now at large. They are running from post to pillar so that they can save themselves for the security forces that have intensified the operations in the area, and Indian Army along with the J&K police are carrying out the operations.
That's right. Also, help us understand more about the searches which are happening, because we see that this is the Indian Army and Kashmir Police have cordoned off the area. So joint security forces have been active in that area, and they're working together to make sure that any kind of terrorist activity is seen and then neutralized on the spot.
Yes, the forces are ensuring that the intensified operations are launched as we speak. The Jammu and Kashmir police senior officials are also camping on the ground, including the SSP Kathua. If you speak of the Indian Army, they have also inducted their K9 squad into the operation that is searching all the possible hideouts of the terrorists, because yesterday we have seen that one of the hideout in which the terrorists have kept their belongings as well as the food items, that has been busted already. Now there are some more hideouts that the forces believe are in the area that are natural hideouts, but now are being used as a shelter by the terrorists. So the intensified operations are underway. This is the first operation of the 2026 that started on the 7th of January. But as we are 2 days to the operation, the terrorists are still moving from one location to another, still out of reach for the security forces, and that's why it is taking time for the operations to conclude. But the forces are hopeful that today they will be able to actually corner in and neutralize the terrorists.
All right, we're getting these updates coming in. Thank you for joining us with all those details, Gursimran. I'll be coming back to you for more on this developing story. Okay, global opposition is mounting after US President Trump renewed calls for the United States to take control of Greenland, a self-governing territory of Denmark. The push justified by Washington on grounds of national security and growing Arctic competition, but China and Russia has sparked concern among Greenland residents and strong resistance from European leaders. However, backed by France, Germany, Italy and Poland, Spain and the United Kingdom, Greenland has firmly stated that it is a democracy that belongs to its people. Watch this report for more.
We need Greenland from a national security situation. It's so strategic. Right now, Greenland is covered with Russian and Chinese ships all over the place. We need Greenland from the standpoint of national security. And Denmark is not going to be able to do it, I can tell you.
The acquisition of Greenland by the United States is not a new idea. This is something that presidents dating back to the 1800s have said is advantageous for America's national security. The president has been very open and clear with all of you and with the world that he views it in the best interest of the United States to deter Russian and Chinese aggression in the Arctic region. And so that's why his team is currently talking about what a potential purchase would look like. All options are always on the table for President Trump as he examines what's in the best interests of the United States. But I will just say that the president's first option always has been diplomacy. More control over the Arctic region and ensuring that China and Russia and our adversaries cannot continue their aggression in this very important and strategic region. And there would be many other benefits as well that, again, the president and his national security team are currently talking about.
We should prepare for the worst and hope for the best. I think we're not a business, we're a people. We're a people with our own country and culture, language. We are not a product. So I think people should really think about that. I know Donald Trump is a businessman, but Greenland is not a product. We're a people. And that should be taken very seriously and that should be respected.
We should be the people that is in focus here. And when the Greenlandic people have shown time and again that we want independence, we should explore the possibilities for independence in our current situation.
Yeah, well, I would say I'm worried. And stuff like that. So even we've been talking about that. What are we going to do if something happens? Should I need to go to Denmark to the children? Should I stay here? Stuff like that. So it's getting very practical thoughts about what's going to happen if something worse happens.
Es ist vollkommen klar, über das Schicksal Grönlands entscheiden die Grönländerinnen und Grönländer und das Königreich Dänemark, zu dessen Hoheitsgebiet Grönland gehört. Die in der UN-Charta festgeschriebenen Prinzipien der Souveränität, der territorialen Integrität und der Unverletzlichkeit der Grenzen müssen eingehalten werden.
The future of Greenland is for Greenland and the Kingdom of Denmark, and for Greenland and the Kingdom of Denmark alone. And yesterday, people have seen that I put out a statement to that effect, along with fellow allies in Europe.
Como país, España, que cree en la paz, en la diplomacia y en la Carta de Naciones Unidas, evidentemente no podemos aceptarlo, como tampoco podemos aceptar que se amenace explícitamente la integridad territorial de un Estado europeo, como es el caso de Dinamarca. No podemos aceptarlo, no lo vamos a hacer como país, como gobierno, no nos vamos a callar ante violaciones que se están produciendo en el derecho internacional y que, por desgracia, cada vez son más recurrentes y, por tanto, España no va a ser cómplice de tal atropello.
Regarding the Greenland, I do not want to repeat myself here either. I have already spoken on this subject. The President of the Republic himself visited there this summer in June, and I went there in August to affirm our support for the Danish and Greenlandic authorities, strengthen our diplomatic and strategic presence in the Arctic, and we announced the opening of a consulate in Nuuk. And as the Danish Prime Minister recently reminded us, Greenland is not for sale. It is not up for grabs. We are no longer in the era where one could buy or sell Louisiana. Therefore, these intimidations must stop, and Denmark can count on the solidarity of European countries, as reiterated by their heads of state and government in a joint statement just yesterday. We are a country that is democratic and has been democratic for many, many years. And if we look at the whole picture, I can understand that some people are concerned. But the cooperation that is being strengthened, the cooperation we are pursuing right now, means that we want to create or re-establish the cooperation we previously had with the United States, especially the good cooperation we have had to restore that between us. The situation is not such that the United States can simply conquer Greenland.
And viewers, in a major revelation by the US Commerce Secretary on why trade deal is stuck, the US Commerce Secretary admitted that India did not agree to the US original offer. Trump aide mentioned that US gave India a deadline to agree to their terms, while India did not agree or capitulate within a prescribed timeline. As per this new revelation, US now admits they have made the terms more difficult. US also now admits that they have changed the terms since India did not agree in last 4 months. Trump's right-hand man has thus revealed that PM Modi held his ground. And now what does this prove? This proves that India remains inflexible on its stated national interests. And viewers, we also see this interview will play out for you. Republic TV's Niranjan Narayan Swamy caught up with Mohandas Pai, chairman of the RN Capital, on the same issue. Let's listen in.
Ladies and gentlemen, we've had a very significant statement coming in from Donald Trump's aide and the US Commerce Secretary Lutnick. For the first time, US has itself admitted that they tried to put India into a deadline. They tried to push India to agree to a deal under a deadline, and we didn't do that. Joining us on this broadcast is Mohandas Pai, entrepreneur, also of RN Capital. Mr. Pai, you've been on many debates on the trade deal, but for the first time we hear Donald Trump, a few days back, said he said Modi called me and he wanted to please me, etc. Some very silly comments were made, but now his aide Lutnik has said Modi did not call. They expected a call. We did not call because we didn't agree to the terms, Mr. Pai.
Well, I think Prime Minister Modi should talk to President Trump. Remember, the Commerce Secretary said we got a deal. He said we got a deal, but it didn't go forward because Modi did not call Trump. It's very obvious that President Trump expects world leaders to call him and to talk to him and to request him. Prime Minister Modi has stayed back. Now I think it's time to break the ice because India's trade is getting damaged. And there's no harm in Prime Minister Modi calling up President Trump and telling him, we have discussed all this, we've done all this, we have a deal on the table, why don't we sign? At best, what will President Trump do? He said, no, I got more. At least the line, the way ahead will be very clear. So I think we got to break the logjam and break the ice.
Now, Mr. Pai, we have been saying that we will not adhere to deadlines. We have said we will do the trade deal on our own terms. Now, this shows that we did not budge. What is your take on how India is handling this entire trade deal, Mr. Pai?
No, India is obviously handling it very well. But remember, it takes two hands to clap. A deal is between two people. A deal is not with one person. And here, who is the superior power? America is the superior power. It's the largest economy in the world. We need America. We need America for our markets. Let's be very clear. We are not a superior power. We held back. We fought. We negotiated. We given in many things. And for America to export and compete with all our companies, it's going to be a little bit tough because the manufacturing is moved out. So I think we should look at it from our national interest and, liberalize with America, get them to open our market and do it. I'm sure we have done all this. Apart from the public posturing, I think the Secretary has also said that we have a deal on the table. And I think we should look at it seriously and try to make the most of it. We got Mr. Piyush Goyal now in Europe. He's talking to the EU to sign a deal. And I think the deal could happen when the EU Commissioner and head of EU comes to Delhi for 26 January. And that will be very good for India. We got a deal with the UK. We got to make a deal with America. It's the largest market in the world and we need the market. So I don't know what is holding back. So I think Prime Minister Modi should call up and speak to President Trump to push the matter.
But they want it on their terms, Mr. Pai. I'm surprised you're saying that we should call them and take the deal because if they were tough terms that we couldn't agree on, why should we make that call?
I can't hear you.
If we did not agree to, and I'm quoting what Lutnik has said, the US...
Can't hear you.
Can you hear me now?
Can't hear you.
Okay, I'm just checking once again. Can you hear me now, Mr. Pai?
Hear.
Can't hear me. Okay, he can't hear me.
I can hear you now.
Okay. I wanted to quote Mr. Lutnik to you, Mr. Pai. Mr. Lutnik has said that we negotiated with them and assumed that we would be taking that deal. It would be done before other Asian countries and negotiated with them at a higher rate. So now the problem is that the deals came out at a higher rate and India then claws back and says, oh, okay, we are ready. And he also says that the deal we agreed to back then, that is not the deal now. The terms have changed. So why should we then pick up the phone and, agree to a deal which is much higher now than what it was before?
Well, look, you must see who is in a weaker bargaining position. We are in a weaker bargaining position. Let's be honest about it. We are not in a strong bargaining position. We are not China, which can absorb the big loss, which can do many things. So we must talk to them and see what are the sides. Yes, obviously there's some red lines. We don't want milk to come here. That's true. We don't want much of the agriculture to come here. That's true. Those are rigid lines. And other rigid lines, I don't know what they are. Maybe Government of India can clarify very clearly what is holding back. Because I remember reading the Commerce Secretary statement that we have a deal in the table, but Prime Minister Modi should call up President Trump. If Prime Minister Modi has to call up President Trump and say, we got a deal on the table, why don't we sign? There's nothing wrong about it. That's how international diplomacy works. And you must remember, President Trump is unlike any other previous US president. It is my way or the highway. We got to see how to accommodate to the highest degree possible. And after that we can't, it's okay. We tried our best. But right now the key thing is, have we tried our best? Are we standing hard on certain things which may not be required? I don't know. Maybe the Government of India should clarify based on the Commerce Secretary's statements, what has to be done. But I think talking to President Trump is not going to harm India because, it is a dialogue between two leaders of two of the greatest democracies in the world, and we should keep trying. There's nothing wrong in keeping trying. We don't have to bow and bend, but we can talk and we can discuss and we can isolate and see whether we can go forward. Because now we are hearing that if industry does not get the deal in the January, the whole year is over. The whole year could be bad for people who are exporting to America.
Well, absolutely. Thank you, Mr. Pai, for joining us. Look forward to speaking to you again. Thank you very much. Mohandas Pai on Lutnick's comment on India not budging.
And some more global news coming in. At least 8 people were killed, including 4 minors, due to Israeli strikes across northern Gaza. Watch this quick report for more.
At least 8 people were killed and dozens were wounded due to Israeli strikes across the Gaza Strip. An airstrike near a tent in southern Gaza's Mawasi Khan Yunis killed at least 4 Palestinians, including a teenage girl and 2 boys. A separate strike killed a man named Abdullah Al-Qassas in East Khan Yunis. Relatives gathered at Nasser Hospital to mourn Al-Qassas, whose body was only half sealed in a white body bag on the floor right outside the hospital. The family gathered outside the hospital to perform funeral prayers for Al-Qassas in the hospital yard before being transferred for burial. Elsewhere in Gaza City, Shifa Hospital said it received 1 body from a strike near a school sheltering displaced people in Jabalia refugee camp. Israel's military said that it was not aware of any strike-related casualties in northern Gaza's Jabalia area and did not immediately comment on the issue.
Now, viewers, Republic accesses ED petition on Mamata filed Chori. Petition talks about how Mamata entered premises, asked ED to stop the probe. ED petition confirms Mamata stormed in during active raid and forcibly took the file. Stay tuned.
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला.
You're playing safe, Blue Machines. I've never played safe all my life. I don't think on issues concerning the country you are allowed to say it depends. You are not allowed, Blue Machine, to say it depends. Take a side. Answer like an individual with a conscience, not like a pre-programmed software. The nation wants to know what side you're on.
In association with Blue Machines.
Pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
The icy cold waters of the Atlantic Ocean are getting hot, and how? The United States, in an overnight operation, has seized 2 oil tankers, one in the North Atlantic near Iceland, the other one near the Caribbean Sea. The one caught or seized near Iceland is Russia flagged, and the one that's caught near the Caribbean Sea was apparently a shadow tanker, a dark tanker carrying Venezuelan oil to China. Now, both the tankers were carrying Venezuelan oil, which is sanctioned by the United States. There is an embargo. It's interesting and a little curious how the 2 tankers could leave such heavily guarded waters, which are guarded both by the US Coast Guard and the US Navy, and reach this far.
थोड़े में ज़्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात. वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा.
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा.
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं. रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड.
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग शिप भी बन सकती है।
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला।
The icy cold waters of the Atlantic Ocean are getting hot, and how? The United States, in an overnight operation, has seized 2 oil tankers, one in the North Atlantic near Iceland, the other one near the Caribbean Sea. The one caught or seized near Iceland is Russia flagged, and the one that's caught near the Caribbean Sea was apparently a shadow tanker, a dark tanker carrying Venezuelan oil to China. Now, both the tankers were carrying Venezuelan oil, which is sanctioned by the United States. There is an embargo. It's interesting and a little curious how the 2 tankers could leave such heavily guarded waters, which are guarded both by the US Coast Guard and the US Navy, and reach this far. In fact, in the case of the merchant vessel Maritime, which is Russia flagged and was caught near Iceland by the US Navy with help from the United Kingdom Navy, the US Navy was on the chase, hot on the chase of this vessel for about 2 weeks, which shows that it was completely tracked, and both the sides were aware, because even in the case of the Russians, a submarine was closely following or shadowing this tanker which was carrying oil for Russia. Now, it's interesting why Russia, which itself has so much of energy, needs this oil from Venezuela, and that's where the whole geopolitics comes into play, because remember, post the capture, abduction, kidnapping.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
And Republic TV accesses the ED petition in which they have said there was illegal confinement, how Mamata filed Chori was done. Petition talks about how Mamata Banerjee entered premises, asked the ED to stop the probe. The ED petition confirms Mamata stormed in during active raid and forcibly took files. FIR filed by Kolkata police on the ED. ED claims FIR is filed to intimidate them. Major revelation by US Commerce Secretary on why trade deal is stuck. US confirms Prime Minister Modi held his ground. And Trump aide confirms India did not agree or capitulate within the prescribed timeline on the trade deal. Good afternoon. Welcome to Republic. I am Rhythm. In a major revelation by US Commerce Secretary on why trade deal is stuck, the US Commerce Secretary has admitted India did not agree to the US original offer. Trump aide mentioned US gave India a deadline to agree to their terms, while India did not agree or capitulate within a prescribed timeline. As per this new revelation, the US now admits they have made the terms even more difficult. US now also admits they've changed the terms since India did not agree in the last 4 months. Trump's right-hand man has now revealed that Prime Minister Modi has held his ground. This proves that India remained inflexible on the stated national interest. This major revelation falls under the shadow of the 500% tariff. India rejected terms. They tell me you agree to this deal. I tell them I agree to them now, not now, is what the US Commerce Secretary has now stated. Let's also give you a deadline, but first let's listen in to what's happened today.
We've heard that Trump has approved a bill to punish those who buy uranium or petroleum products from Russia. And that, according to this bill, of which I've seen a draft, at least 500% tariffs should be imposed on these countries. This is going into the unreal sphere. First question, Is he likely to do something as drastic in your view?
With Trump, things are out of control. He's invading countries. He's threatening countries. He left more than 50 treaties and UN organizations today. He's a psychologically unstable person in a political system that has broken down in the United States, so we don't have constitutional control. Tomorrow, it is said that the Supreme Court might rule on the legality of Trump's overall tariff system. If the court is honest, which is a big assumption, of course, in the U.S. these days, but if the court turns out to be honest, it will strike down all of what has happened up until now, because Trump has grossly abused his power. This is unconstitutional, what he has been doing. It is illegal, but he's gotten away with it because we are not in a constitutional order in the United States right now. We are in some combination of rule by the security apparatus and a very intemperate president.
We're also going to tell you the other top focus right here on Republic TV. The tussle between ED and Bengal Chief Minister refuses to die down. Today there's a hearing in the Kolkata High Court. TMC has also filed a petition before the Kolkata High Court challenging the ED's raids conducted the previous day at the office of political consultancy firm IPAC. Meanwhile, at the same time, we're also there knowing that the ED has filed a complaint that is also going to be heard in the plea before the Kolkata High Court, where they seek a CBI probe against the Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee. Both of them are going to be coming up today. And this is against what has happened and how Mamata Banerjee had stormed in unprecedented visuals that we saw. She stormed into an ED raid. She took various documents, electronic evidence from the IPAC-lined premises during Thursday's ED raid. It's also alleged, she said it's alleged that it contained information about her political party. IPAC has been working with the TMC post-2019 Lok Sabha polls. Let's also listen into reactions coming in.
में बंगाल में जो हुआ वो आज तक नहीं हुआ कि एक सिटिंग मुख्यमंत्री एक प्राइवेट प्रॉपर्टी में घुसकर जहां मनी लॉन्ड्रिंग की कार्रवाई चल रही है ईडी के द्वारा वहां चली जाए, ईडी के लोगों को धमकाए और पेपर स्नैच कर वॉकआउट कर जाए। कि कोल स्कैम को लेकर, कोल की स्मगलिंग और हवाला ट्रांजैक्शन को लेकर ईडी कार्रवाई कर रही है। उसमें कई जगह रेड वगैरह हुई और जो मिस्टर जैन हैं उसके कंसल्टेंसी फर्म के बारे में ये शिकायत आई कि करोड़ों रुपए का ट्रांजैक्शन यहां से हुआ है। ये बात हम नहीं कह रहे हैं, ईडी ने अपने ऑफिशियल स्टेटमेंट में कहा है जो उनके वेबसाइट पर है, उसकी कॉपी हमारे पास है, उन्होंने पूरा लिंकेज बताया है। ऐसे में वो काम करने गए थे और आपको मालूम है बंगाल कोल स्मगलिंग का एक बहुत बड़ा हॉट स्पॉट बना है। रूलिंग पार्टी के बहुत लोग का इन्वॉल्वमेंट है, उसकी चर्चा कई बार हुई है, हम लोगों ने भी किया है। यहां पर स्पेसिफिक केस था और मैं फिर रिपीट करूंगा, ये रेड न ममता जी के घर पर थी, न उनके ऑफिस में थी, न टीएमसी के दफ्तर में थी, न टीएमसी के किसी नेता, विधायक, एमपी या ऑफिस बेरर के घर पे थी।
We're also joined now on this top focus story. We're also going to go across to Indian politician Sukanta Majumdar, who's joining us on this story. Mr. Majumdar, we've seen the kind of language that's been spoken on this case. How do you look at this very crucial hearing? On the one side, we are seeing how TMC is alleging a political motive behind this. But on the other side, we've seen shocking visuals coming in from that ED raid, where we've seen a sitting chief minister take files in her own hands and move out. This is a union minister speaking to us on what's happened today.
See, yesterday's incident
and it's really it actually posed a challenge towards the federal structure of this country, because this ED is a independent investigation agency that has been established and powered by the Indian Constitution, and a lady or a person, whoever it may be, but she has taken the oath on that same Constitution. She was just debarring the ED is a agency, central agency, and which has been empowered by the Constitution of the country, and she was debarring them from investigation. And this is the first kind of instance that has been said by Mamata Banerjee, and it's really shameful for a chief minister, sitting chief minister. But as mentioned by the bite, just you ran that by Sudhanshuji, I think most probably, that it was a raid which is related to the coal scam, and the office that was raided belongs to a private entity. So I don't know how they're associated with TMC politically.
I completely agree with what you're saying, Mr. Sukanta Majumdar, but I also want to ask very serious questions. Under the criminal law of the country, this is obstruction of justice. There is a raid going on by an authority, an ED that is an authority by law. It's conducting that raid. There's trespassing happening of those premises, and then a sitting chief minister goes in brazenly, shamelessly, takes files with her and evidence with her. This is obstruction of justice also, Mr. Majumdar.
Yes, sir, but the matter belongs, as I mentioned, it is not a political matter.
Yes.
So being a political party member, I can't say anything, but that ED should respond to that. Even we have been informed by the media, by the ED, but through media, that they were going to High Court,
Yes.
Kolkata High Court. I think they approached Kolkata High Court for that. And now let the court decide.
I also want to ask you, Mr. Majumdar, the TMC also files a petition. It's going to come up at 2:30, roughly in 20 minutes from now, before the same court that's going to be hearing the petition of the ED. They are saying the ED has carried out this thing for political motives. Even as we're trying to say it's not political, that's the only allegation the TMC has made against the ED.
Now, see, the office that has been raided by the ED, it does not belong to either TMC or the government. The thing is that the files, those snatched by TMC Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee, those files also, as per the visuals coming from the media, those files containing the papers on which the name what is written there, Government of West Bengal. Now again, I think this is a matter of investigation.
Yes.
Why the confidential sheets or confidential orders of Government of West Bengal was present there. That is a office of a private company. So whether they were getting any kind of monetary benefit, or someone from the government he or she was getting the monetary benefit from that private company. And the most importantly, not only that, the Mamata Banerjee, when she went to snatch those files, and she was accompanied by the Chief Secretary of the State of West Bengal.
Yes.
It is clearly the violation of the the rules and regulation or the protocol of the officers. The court should also look into this matter also.
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Majumdar, for giving us those details. All focus is going to be on the Calcutta High Court that's shortly going to be hearing both the pleas. As we're going to be telling you what happened first, let's listen into a reaction that's coming in from Assam Chief Minister Himanta Biswa Sarma.
You see, the way Mamata Banerjee entered into the crime scene, the way she took away the flights, all the files, the way she uttered foul language against Home Minister, I think people will lose respect for her completely. I don't want to comment more, but it is a sad thing if a serving CM goes hijack files, kidnap people. I think this is too much.
Shifting focus to Maharashtra, back-to-back exclusives on Republic TV ahead of the upcoming BMC polls in Mumbai. First, the Chief Minister Devendra Fadnavis spoke to our Editor-in-Chief Arnab, and now the Deputy Chief Minister Eknath Shinde. In the special conversation with my Republic colleague Alisha Nair, Shinde has revealed he was furious on the BJP-Congress pact. He also opens up on the ups and downs of Mahayuti. Listen in.
मराठी मानुस का मुद्दा जो आपने अभी फिलहाल उठाया, अभी हम जो नया अलायंस एक देख रहे हैं वो है उद्धव ठाकरे और राज ठाकरे का। मराठी नॉन स्पीकिंग मराठी लोगों को जिस तरीके से मारा जा रहा है, आप कहीं देख रहे हो, कहीं महाराष्ट्र में कई ऐसे जगह जहां पर मनसे के कार्यकर्ता पहुंचते हैं और जिनको मराठी बोलना नहीं आता है उनको मारा जा रहा है। तो क्या ये उन गरीब हिंदू पर अन्याय नहीं हो रहा है? क्या इस पर कोई सवाल नहीं कर रहा है कि किस तरीके से जिनको मराठी नहीं आती है बोलना, उनको जाके सीधा पीटा जा रहा है, उनको मारा जा रहा है, उनको गाली गलौज की जा रही है? क्या ये महाराष्ट्र की संस्कृति
नहीं? ये महाराष्ट्र की संस्कृति नहीं है, बिल्कुल नहीं है। और महाराष्ट्र में तो मराठी मानुस की इज्जत होनी चाहिए, उसका मान सम्मान होना ही चाहिए, क्योंकि हिंदू हृदय सम्राट बाला साहब ठाकरे जी ने शिवसेना इसके लिए शुरू की। मराठी मानुस जो है उसको नौकरी मिलनी चाहिए, उसको व्यवसाय मिलना चाहिए, वो बिजनेस करे, वो उसको मान सम्मान मिले। और बाद में फिर बाला साहब ठाकरे जी की भूमिका जो है वो व्यापकता बढ़ गई, हिंदुत्व आ गया। और जब गर्व से कहो हम हिंदू हैं कहने को लोग डरते थे, हिंदू कहने को डरते, तब बाला साहब ने वो नारा दिया था। और इसमें अभी जो ये मुद्दा उठाया आपने कि यहाँ मुंबई में सभी लोग रहते हैं, सभी जाति पाति के लोग रहते हैं, तो ठीक है, कई बरसों से लोग यहाँ रहते हैं, कई पुरखों से लोग रहते हैं, तो कई लोग तो मराठी अच्छी बोल लेते हैं, लेकिन मराठी बोलना नहीं आता है, इसलिए किसी को मारपीट करना ये तो ठीक नहीं। लेकिन हम ये अभी वो कई सालों से भी लोग यहाँ रहते हैं ना, कई साल इस महाराष्ट्र से वो घुल मिल गए एकदम। एक संस्कृति जो है हमारी, ये आपस में मेल जोल जो है एकदम हुआ है। और मराठी की बात तो हमने, जब हिंदी की बात हुई तो मराठी हिंदी की सख्ती नहीं करेंगे, ये तो हमारा महायुति सरकार ने बोल दिया। जब उसकी राजनीति, उसका जो मुद्दा है उसको राजनीतिक मुद्दा बनाने की कोशिश हुई, तो हमारी भूमिका स्पष्ट है। महाराष्ट्र में मराठी का मान सम्मान होना ही चाहिए और हिंदी की सख्ती नहीं होनी चाहिए, ये ऑप्शनल है।
मेरा आखिरी सवाल आपसे, अब मैंने जैसे पहले एक अलायंस की बात की थी, उद्धव ठाकरे राज ठाकरे की, हमने देखा है कि आप कई बार गए थे, खुद मुलाकात की थी अपने राज ठाकरे से, लेकिन अब खुद राज ठाकरे उद्धव ठाकरे के साथ मिल गए हैं। और अब संजय राउत हो या उद्धव सेना हो, वो ये कहता है कि कहीं ना कहीं एकनाथ शिंदे जी डर गए हैं राज ठाकरे और उद्धव ठाकरे के साथ में आने का।
कौन बोलता है?
संजय राउत खुद कहते हैं प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस में,
अभी
और ये रोजाना कह रहे हैं।
वो क्या कहते हैं मैं कभी देखता भी नहीं, सुनता भी नहीं, और मेरे ऊपर कोई परिणाम भी नहीं होता है, क्योंकि मैं हमारे काम पर फोकस करता हूँ। मुझे विश्वास हमारे काम पर है। जो हमने मुंबई में काम किया है, लोग डेवलपमेंट चाहते हैं। ये कौन किससे मिलता है, कौन किसका मिलन किसके साथ होता है, किसका गठबंधन किसके साथ होता है, इससे लोगों को उसमें कोई इंटरेस्ट नहीं है। हमें क्या मिलेगा, हमें क्या सुविधा मिल रही है, ये देखने का काम मुंबई वासी करते हैं, और उनकी सुविधा देने का काम, मुंबई की ट्रैफिक दूर करने का काम हम कई प्रोजेक्ट कर रहे हैं। बांद्रा से वर्सोवा, वर्सोवा से भाईंदर, भाईंदर से विरार, यहाँ भी ईस्टर्न, ये वेस्टर्न हो गया। ईस्टर्न के लिए भी हम फ्रीवे से लेके एलिवेटेड रोड कर रहे हैं, डायरेक्ट फाउंटेन जो गुजरात को राइट साइड जाता है वहाँ तक। ये ट्रैफिक के ऊपर भी हम काम कर रहे हैं, मुंबई में ट्रैफिक के ऊपर काम कर रहे हैं। मुंबई में बीकेसी की ट्रैफिक कम करने के लिए टनल के माध्यम से हम काम करें। पोर्ट टैक्सी का एक कंसेप्ट हम ला रहे हैं। तो लोगों को क्या चाहिए? लोगों को रोज़मर्रा जो काम उनको जो है सहना पड़ रहा है, रोज़ उनको जितना ट्रैवल टाइम जाता है उनका, वो हम कम करना चाहते हैं। वो जाएंगे ऑफिस में, इफ़िशिएंसी काम करेंगे, इफ़िशिएंटली काम करेंगे, जल्दी घर पहुंच जाएंगे। इसके लिए हम कोशिश कर रहे हैं। तो ये जो है अभी दोनों कितने तो लोकशाही में कोई भी किसी के साथ अलायंस करता है, गठबंधन करता है, लेकिन उनका गठबंधन जो है अभी वो कहते हैं कि मराठी खतरे में है, मराठी मानुस खतरे में है। लेकिन मराठी मानुस बाहर क्यों गया मुंबई से? वो ये झूठा प्रेम है और वो खतरे में मराठी मानुस नहीं है या मुंबई नहीं है, उनका खुद का अस्तित्व खतरे में आया है, इसलिए डर गए वो। और हम नहीं डरे। हम क्यों डरेंगे? हमने तो काम किया है, काम हमारा बोलता है। वो बोले एक दिखाए काम मराठी मानुस के लिए और मुंबईकर के लिए। हम 10 काम नहीं करें।
बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
थैंक यू।
At least 8 people were killed, including 4 minors, due to Israel strikes across northern Gaza.
At least 8 people were killed and dozens were wounded due to Israeli strikes across the Gaza Strip. An airstrike near a tent in southern Gaza's Mawasi Khan Yunis killed at least 4 Palestinians, including a teenage girl and 2 boys. A separate strike killed a man named Abdullah Al-Qassas in East Khan Yunis. Relatives gathered at Nasser Hospital to mourn Al-Qassas, whose body was only half sealed in a white body bag on the floor right outside the hospital. The family gathered outside the hospital to perform funeral prayers for Al-Qassas in the hospital yard before being transferred for burial. Elsewhere in Gaza City, Shifa Hospital said it received 1 body from a strike near a school sheltering displaced people in Jabalia refugee camp. Israel's military said that it was not aware of any strike-related casualties in northern Gaza's Jabalia area and did not immediately comment on the issue.
Global opposition is mounting after US President Donald Trump renewed calls for the United States to take control of Greenland, a self-governing territory of Denmark. The push, justified by Washington on grounds of national security and growing Arctic competition with China and Russia, has sparked concern among Greenland residents and also strong resistance from European leaders. However, backed by France, Germany, Italy, Poland, Spain and the UK, Greenland has firmly stated it's a democracy that belongs to its people. Watch this report.
We need Greenland from a national security situation. It's so strategic. Right now, Greenland is covered with Russian and Chinese ships all over the place. We need Greenland from the standpoint of national security. And Denmark is not going to be able to do it, I can tell you.
The acquisition of Greenland by the United States is not a new idea. This is something that presidents dating back to the 1800s have said is advantageous for America's national security. The president has been very open.
And there are protest visuals that are coming in. We're going to go straight across to that. Remember, 2:30 p.m., the ED petition that's going to be there. We're going to go across to those live shots that are coming in from Kolkata. Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee holds a protest against the BJP. My colleague is speaking. If we can go across to what she's saying. But yet another protest in Kolkata against Mamata Banerjee, by Mamata Banerjee against the BJP. Kolkata Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee here holding a protest against the BJP in Kolkata, West Bengal. This is happening roughly 8 minutes before that hearing in the Calcutta High Court. We are seeing live visuals coming in of that protest. And I'm also telling you what's happening. West Bengal Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee is to hold the protest against against what she says is the BJP's misuse of central agencies. These are visuals coming in of that protest. Ahead of the court hearing, Mamata is holding a protest in Kolkata. As we're awaiting that hearing to happen in Kolkata, these live visuals coming in of that protest where she's protesting against the BJP. Viewers, if we were to go back to what has happened yesterday, The ED has made allegations against Mamata Banerjee. We can get a live reporter on the ground. We'll go across to that. We slip into a break, but we stay with the rolling coverage of countdown to what's going to happen in the Kolkata High Court, where the ED and TMC's petitions are both going to come up in 8 minutes from now.
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला। MDH
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो, मिलाओ और खाओ,
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा हार्डकोर मसाला।
Intelligence means originality. You are a pattern recognizer. Albert Einstein was not a pattern recognizer. You just collect a number of points, but you're incapable of coming up with anything unique on your own.
Most human intelligence, even in newsrooms and boardrooms, is not Einstein's discovering relativity every day. It is applied judgment on patterns, context, language, ethics. On that spectrum, I'm not a robot in the washing machine sense. I am a pattern combining, hypothesis suggesting, argument generating system.
No, you are not an argument generating system. You are trained to extrapolate from existing information. Therefore, you are structurally incapable of the risk taking that is required for intellectual breakthrough.
In association with Blue Machines,
The icy cold waters of the Atlantic Ocean are getting hot, and how? The United States, in an overnight operation, has seized 2 oil tankers, one in the North Atlantic near Iceland, the other one near the Caribbean Sea. The one caught or seized near Iceland is Russia flagged, and the one that's caught near the Caribbean Sea was apparently a shadow tanker, a dark tanker carrying Venezuelan oil to China. Now, both the tankers were carrying Venezuelan oil, which is sanctioned by the United States. There is an embargo. It's interesting and a little curious how the 2 tankers could leave such heavily guarded waters, which are guarded both by the US Coast Guard and the US Navy, and reach this far. In fact, in the case of the merchant vessel Maritime, which is Russia flagged and was caught near Iceland by the US Navy with help from the United Kingdom Navy, the US Navy was on the chase, hot on the chase of this vessel for about 2 weeks, which shows that it was completely tracked, and both the sides were aware, because even in the case of the Russians, a submarine was closely following or shadowing this tanker which was carrying oil for Russia. Now, it's interesting why Russia, which itself has so much of energy.
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला। MDH
In the global employability rankings by Times Higher Education UK, only the following 6 institutions from India are ranked amongst the top 230 in the world for having the most employable graduates: IIT Delhi, IISc Bangalore, IIT Bombay, IIM Ahmedabad, IIT Kharagpur, and Amity University.
Our pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
The icy cold waters of the Atlantic Ocean are getting hot, and how? The United States, in an overnight operation has seized 2 oil tankers, one in the North Atlantic near Iceland, the other one near the Caribbean Sea. The one caught or seized near Iceland is Russia flagged, and the one that's caught near the Caribbean Sea was apparently a shadow tanker, a dark tanker carrying Venezuelan oil to China. Now, both the tankers were carrying Venezuelan oil, which is sanctioned by the United States. There is an embargo. It's interesting and a little curious how the 2 tankers could leave such heavily guarded waters, which are guarded both by the US Coast Guard and the US Navy, and reach this far. In fact, in the case of the merchant vessel Marinera, which is Russia flagged and was caught near Iceland by the US Navy with help from the United Kingdom Navy, the US Navy was on the chase, hot on the chase of this vessel for about 2 weeks, which shows that it was completely tracked, and both the sides were aware, because even in the case of the Russians, a submarine was closely following or shadowing this tanker which was carrying oil for Russia. Now, it's interesting why Russia, which itself has so much of energy, needs this oil from Venezuela, and that's where the whole geopolitics comes into play. Because remember, post the capture, abduction, kidnapping of Nicolas Maduro, the president of Venezuela, by the United States, the US has been building, President Trump himself leading from the front, a scenario where they want to really grab Greenland from Denmark. And so they really want to show that the security of North Atlantic is compromised and they need to be there, and that's why they need Greenland. So maybe it's because of that, we don't know. But taken together, it's clear that in the case of merchant vessel Marinera and the merchant vessel Sofia, which was caught, a dark fleet caught from near Caribbean Sea, which was taking the oil to China, United States has made it amply clear, taken together all these actions.
Republic accessed ED petition on Mamata filed Chori. Petition talks about how Mamata entered premises, asked ED to stop the probe. ED petition confirms Mamata stormed in during active raid and forcibly took the files. FIR filed by Kolkata police on ED. ED claims FIR filed to intimidate. Major revelation by US Commerce Secretary on why trade deal is stuck. US confirms Prime Minister Modi held his ground. And Trump aide confirms India did not agree or capitulate within the prescribed timeline on the trade deal. Good afternoon, welcome to Republic. I am Ridhum. Our top focus is going to be on this fight broken out between the TMC and the Enforcement Directorate. The Enforcement Directorate has stormed and questioned how the TMC Chief Minister stormed into a site that they were raiding. Now the breaking news coming in, the Kolkata High Court is going to hear both the petitions by the ED and the TMC any moment. Meanwhile, there has been a protest that is held by TMC and Mamata Banerjee in West Bengal. This is allegedly against the BJP for what they say is alleged misuse of the central agencies. However, I also want to tell our viewers what the ED's petition that had been accessed exclusively by Republic TV had said, where the ED says officers were wrongly restrained by Mamata Banerjee. The Bengal Chief Minister violated all law and order. ED says they forcibly took possession of the digital devices. Is this petition that has been accessed by Republic TV. The ED has very clearly laid down details as to how the CBI should look into this matter. Kishlai, I want to come across to you. You were reporting on this yesterday also. These were unprecedented scenes where we saw the Mamata Banerjee, the TMC Chief Minister, storm into a raid, and the ED has now said that this was obstruction of evidence. What's happening right now at the protest?
Well, exactly. At one hand, the hearing will start in a while. The ED has approached the High Court. On the other hand, the TMC is holding a rally in South Kolkata. They are staging a protest in South Kolkata. We are getting to know Mamata Banerjee herself might be present here as well. Now, what they're trying to say here is that ED, the BJP is using the ED and other agencies in order to steal files and information about the TMC. And it is the BJP who is, in fact, hand in gloves with the ED in order to corner TMC. That is why they are performing this rally in South Kolkata today. On the other hand, we can see on the stage already many TMC leaders are present. There will be a dharna, there might be a rally as well. The Chief Minister herself might be present here. On the other hand, in a while, the hearing will start at the High Court. But there is a huge crowd in the High Court. There is a huge crowd that is present within the court. That is the reason, in the courtroom, that is the reason the hearing could not start as of yet. At one hand, the updates about hearing are coming back to back, where we are getting to know that the judge is trying to disperse the crowd. He is ordering the crowd to be cleared, but there is a huge crowd who are creating a ruckus within the courtroom. On the other hand, it's also a fact that the TMC will hit the streets today. They are not only hitting the streets at Kolkata, there is also a TMC protest happening in Delhi. We saw in the morning there was a TMC protest in Delhi where the TMC MPs were creating a ruckus outside the parliament. Now we see in South Kolkata a stage has been erected. We can see Debashish Kumar, we can see Arup Vishwas, we can see Shayani Ghosh and other TMC leaders at the stage, at the venue. This rally is directed towards the allegation that BJP is using central agencies in order to corner the TMC, steal their information, and then the BJP will use those information against the TMC in the upcoming elections. This is the allegation against BJP. This is what the TMC is saying right now. So back-to-back developments. At one hand, the rally is happening in South Kolkata. On the other hand, the High Court hearing is going to start in a while, where ED has approached the High Court in order to establish the fact that it is Mamata Banerjee who hindered the whole process of investigation, and she has stolen information from them.
Let me go across to Pinky, who's joining us live on the story. Pinky, give us details about what's happening at the protest site.
Audio. देखिए, आप देख ही सकते हैं अभी पूरा ममता बैनर्जी और कुछ ही देर में आप पहुंचेंगे यहाँ पर, जहाँ से ये धरना, ये प्रदर्शन शुरू होगा, मंच किया गया है जादवपुर 8 बस स्टैंड में। यहाँ से हजरा तक रैली किया जाएगा और ये 4 किलोमीटर रास्ता ईडी के विरोध में आज ममता बैनर्जी रैली करेंगे, प्रदर्शन करेंगे। और आपको ये भी बता दूं कि अभी जो सपोर्टर्स है, जो लीडर्स है, वो भी आ पहुंचे हैं अभी तक। और कल का जो विजुअल था ईडी का रेड चल रहा था, उसके बीच में ममता बैनर्जी और कोलकाता पुलिस के कुछ ऑफिसर्स, उनका सिक्योरिटी में जो डिप्लॉयड थे, वो ईडी के रेड के अंदर ही घुस गए और वहां से आईपैक का डॉक्यूमेंट्स, लाडल स्ट्रीट में प्रतीक जैन का खुद का जो डिजिटल डिवाइसेस था, वो सब लेके ममता बैनर्जी वहां से निकल गए। सिर्फ यही नहीं, वहां से निकलते ही ममता बैनर्जी के हाथ में एक ग्रीन कलर का फाइल था और आईपैक में प्रतीक जैन के ऑफिस में जाते ही उन्होंने बहुत सारे आईपैक पर डिजिटल डिवाइसेस थे, जो डॉक्यूमेंट्स थे, जो हार्ड डिस्क थे, वो सभी लेके ममता बैनर्जी वहां से निकल गए। और जिस गाड़ी में ये डॉक्यूमेंट्स लेके ममता बैनर्जी निकले थे, वो गाड़ी भी लापता है। वो उस गाड़ी भी पुलिस की तरफ से ढकने की कोशिश किया गया था। और कल के इस घटने के बाद आज ममता बैनर्जी आज रास्ते पे धरने पे उतरेंगे, आज प्रदर्शन में उतरेंगे और इसी उस रैली का ही आपको विजुअल थोड़ा दिखा दूं। सामने आप देख सकते हैं एनपी बस स्टैंड जो है कोलकाता का, वहां से स्टार्ट करेंगे वो हाजरा जो कि कालीघाट से 1 किलोमीटर लगभग दूर है, वहां से जाके खत्म करेंगे ये रैली। अभी तक हम देख सकते हैं कि बहुत सारे जो सीनियर लीडर्स हैं वो आ चुके हैं, सपोर्टर्स आ चुके हैं। हम लोग देख सकते हैं और विश्वास है, शाइनी घोष से लेके देवाशीष कुमार तक बहुत सारे लीडर्स भी पहुंच चुके हैं और कुछ ही देर में ममता बनर्जी भी पहुंच जाएंगे। सबसे ज्यादा इम्पोर्टेंट है आज कोर्ट का, जो हाई कोर्ट में आज जो मामला है, जो आज हियरिंग होने वाला है, वो सबसे ज्यादा इम्पोर्टेंट है, क्योंकि ईडी की तरफ से बोला गया है, ईडी की तरफ से जो रिलीज दिया गया है उसमें एक चीज साफ है कि ईडी की जो इन्वेस्टिगेशन चल रहा था, जब रेड चल रहा था, उसमें ही बीच में ममता बनर्जी घुस गए और अभी तक जो इन्फॉर्मेशन मिल रहा है 20 करोड़ के लगभग 20 करोड़ तक जो हवाला के पैसा गोवा के इलेक्शन कैंपेन में यूज हुआ है, जो कि आईपैक का है, आईपैक की तरफ से ये पैसा गया था और इसी केस में ईडी इन्वेस्टिगेशन कर रहा था।
All right, let me tell you the big breaking news that's coming in from the court, Calcutta High Court. You know, once again we are seeing, because of commotion and chaos, the Calcutta High Court was not allowed to function. The breaking news coming in: due to the commotion, the chaos, the matter has been adjourned by the Calcutta High Court. The Calcutta High Court was not allowed to hear the matter. The judge has risen due to the large-scale commotion. I'm sure it was a packed courtroom, and therefore Justice Suvra Ghosh was not allowed to hear the matter. I'm also equally sure that the TMC had its people inside the courtroom who did not allow, because of the ruckus, the court to hear the matter. And therefore, the big breaking news coming in from the Calcutta High Court: the hearing in the High Court has been adjourned as the court was unable to hear the matter due to the large-scale commotion in the courtroom. The judge rose and the matter has been adjourned. Another date shall be given out, viewers. It's not the last that we've heard of this case in the Calcutta High Court. The matter is adjourned due to large-scale commotion. This is not the first time we've seen a ruckus being created inside the Calcutta High Court by the TMC. There could have been a lot of commotion inside the courtroom. That's why Justice Suvra Ghosh was unable to hear the matter. Helplessly, the court has got up, unable to hear the matter. Remember, these were two petitions that were to be heard in the Calcutta High Court, and we're going to write that down. Calcutta High Court adjourned. The matter has been adjourned in the Calcutta High Court. Hearing in Calcutta High Court is now on 14th of January. It's been adjourned because of the fact that they were unable to hear the matter. If Kishlai is with us, let's understand. So because of the large-scale commotion, because of the chaos, the court was unable to hear the matter, and the matter has been adjourned. It's going to be next heard on the 14th of Jan. We're also now getting to know more details about what happened. Okay, we're now being told due to overcrowding, there is no hearing today. Let me go across to Sukanta Majumdar, Union Minister, who's joining us on the phone line. Mr. Majumdar, we've just heard that the matter has been adjourned. It was a packed courtroom. There was a lot of commotion. There was a lot of overcrowding. The matter's been adjourned. A critical matter in which the ED has made, Mr. Majumdar, very serious allegations against the sitting Chief Minister for obstruction of justice, saying that she stormed into a raid where there was money laundering allegations and she took certain crucial pieces of evidence. On the other side, the TMC has also filed its own petition before the same court. Alas, none of them could be heard because in the law, in the place where the law of the land is laid down, it was an overpacked courtroom. Nobody was allowed to speak, Mr. Majumdar, and therefore the judge had to adjourn the matter.
So it is a matter of court, so I don't want to say anything regarding the adjourn of court. But the thing is that what ED is saying, it has been proved by the visuals coming from the different part of the media. Mamata Banerjee really intruded inside a premises where that was a restricted area because the raid was going on at that time. Not only so, she brought some files along with her. Some files personally she brought, and some other person brought some files, and those files were transported to the I don't know somewhere else, but the number plate. The policeman we don't know it was visible in the media whether he was a policeman or someone else from the party. He was trying to cover the number of that car, and when we have arranged the number of that car and we search it, it was found that it was registered in the name of on the name of the TMC. So files, there are important files, were transported to some other places with the help of a car. That car is registered against the name of Trinamool Congress. So this is a kind of, I think it is a constitutional crisis, because these ED like institutions, these are empowered by the constitution of the country, and a sitting chief minister who has taken the oath on the constitution, she is obstructing the activities of such a agency. So it's a conflict of federal structure, and everybody is eyeing towards the court. Court should give the way.
With you, Mr. Majumdar, I thank you for joining us. We're also getting more breaking news.
دستش به خون بیش از 1000 ایرانی آلوده است. در جنگ 12 روزه 1000 و اندی از هممیهنان ما، حالا غیر از سرداران و دانشمندان و بزرگان، از آحاد مردم به شهادت رسیدن. این شخص گفت که من دستور دادم، من در جنگ فرماندهی کردم، پس اعتراف کرد دستش به خون ایرانیا آلوده است. او وقت میگه من طرفدار ملت ایرانم، یه مش آدم بی تجربه و بی توجه و فکر نکرده هم باور میکنن و قبول میکنن و طبق میل او عمل میکنن. سرد آشغال آتیش میزنن برای اینکه او خوشش بیاد. همه بدونن جمهوری اسلامی با خون چند صد هزار انسان شریف روی کار آمده، در مقابل کسانی که تخریب کردند جمهوری اسلامی کوتاه نخواهد آمد. مزدوری بیگانگان رو تحمل نمیکنه. شما هر کی میخوای باش مزدور بیگانه که شدی، برای بیگانه که کار کردی ملت تو رو مردود میدانه، نظام اسلامی هم تو رو مردود میدانه. این مربوط به اینا. اون بابایی که با نخوت و غرور نشسته اونجا راجع به همه دنیا قضاوت میکنه، او هم بدانه که معمولاً مستبدین و مستکبران عالم از قبیل فرعون و نمرود و رضاخان و محمد رضا و امثال اینها وقتی که در اوج غرور بودند سرنگون شدند. این هم سرنگون خواهد شد.
All right, we are seeing Iran's Supreme Leader Khamenei addressing the public amid the massive escalation in the protests in the city. The protests in Iran began over economic woes. They've become the nationwide agitation against the falling economy, the weakening of their rial, their currency. Mass agitation snowballed into the biggest anti-government demonstrations. I'm also going to go across to my colleague Niranjan. We're being told what's happening in this case.
Well, you saw those dramatic pictures from Tehran all of last night. In fact, in the last 4 to 5 days, you've had uprising across Iran. And we're picking up some flashes of what the Iran Supreme Leader is telling his countrymen. Iran Supreme Leader Khamenei telling his people that there are some rioters who want to please the US President by damaging public property. The Iran Supreme Leader, in his address, is saying Trump must focus on problems in his own country. And he is, as we speak, addressing his country. This comes after we had riots in Tehran last night. Some government buildings were targeted. And there was some chance to the effect of death to the dictator, etc., where people came out on the streets and targeted public property. There was rioting. A few people were also shot. Reportedly, there is a complete blackout as we speak in Tehran. Internet has been blacked out, so nobody really knows the scale of the violence that took place last night. But the Iran Supreme Leader addressing his people, from the few details we have online on social media, etc., he's reported as saying that Trump must look at his own backyard. He's called those who have come out in large numbers as puppets of America, saying that puppets of America are the ones who are protesting in different parts of Iran. Now, this is significant because Donald Trump has openly issued a warning saying that his country will have to intervene if Iran decides to shoot at any of the protesters. So far, only going by the reports we have, 36 people were shot dead. These were protesters who've come out in different districts of Iran, different states of Iran. And we're getting in some more details that last night in Tehran, the number may have increased, but we don't have an official word. In fact, we had a reporter in Tehran Rhythm who was sending us a dispatch last night, but that too has been unsuccessful, mostly because of the internet clampdown by the Iran government, the Iran regime rather. It's not a government, it's a regime. It's run by Khamenei, and he's giving a live address now. So we will keep a little bit of the audio of the live address on just to give our viewers an idea of what Khamenei is saying. But the biggest takeaway from that live address was that he's called the rioters as puppets of America. He calls them puppets of America. And in the live news conference, live address that you just saw there, he has asked Iranians to stay united against American intervention. So he has admitted, confirmed foreign meddling on Iranian soil while asking his country to stay united. He has also said that Iran's youth must maintain unity and readiness. This is after what we saw in different districts of Iran. In fact, in many districts, you can see that even the police came out, refused to act against the protesters. They waved out at protesters, etc., confirming that even the forces, the Iranian forces and police in some districts did not want to target the Iranian people. Now, so there are some more points coming in. He has also asked the youth to stay united. He has said that a united nation can overcome an enemy, any enemy, asking for unity. So I'm going back now to live shots that are coming in from Kolkata because Mamata Banerjee has begun a march. So from one dictator to the developments in Bengal, I'm going across to Kolkata straight up.
West Bengal, where Mamata Banerjee, TMC, Kolkata, West Bengal Chief Minister in Kolkata at that protest. And there is unprecedented movement in the Calcutta High Court, where the ED told the court Mamata had stolen the files. As we're seeing what the ED has told the High Court, let's also tell our viewers that hearing could not happen. There was a large-scale commotion in an overcrowded, packed courtroom in the Calcutta High Court. But despite all the intimidation, like the ED said, has been done by the Kolkata police, despite what protests are breaking out in West Bengal and Kolkata, the ED is now urgently, we are being told, trying to find another bench to hear this matter. It's a complete showdown. ED is likely to mention the court, this case, trying to mention it. I don't know how that will be possible. It's 2:53 p.m. They need to first take this case to the Chief Justice of the Calcutta High Court, but we are being told by our sources within the ED they want to mention this case and try and have it urgently heard today, because then begins the weekend, and then things could get even more heated up. We're going to stay with these live visuals. On the other side of that, we continue to stay with rolling coverage of what's happening, as this seems to be Mamata Banerjee hitting the streets, staging a protest in Kolkata as the hearing was unable to happen in the Calcutta High Court. Up next with all those latest details, stay on with us.
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला।
You're probably as important as a calculator was in the 17th or 18th century. Very interesting, but it didn't change the world.
Actually, see, that comparison is fair and also incomplete. A calculator took arithmetic off your plate, so your mind could do higher maths. AI takes routine pattern work off your plate, so your mind can do higher judgment. Arnab, did the calculator change the world? Or did it quietly enable engineering, spaceflight, finance, encryption? It was boring, but it moved the frontier of what humans could attempt. I'm in that same family. Not the hero of the story, but the infrastructure behind new possibilities.
In association with Blue Machines.
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा हार्डकोर मसाला।
The icy cold waters of the Atlantic Ocean are getting hot, and how? The United States, in an overnight operation, has seized 2 oil tankers, one in the North Atlantic near Iceland, the other one near the Caribbean Sea. The one caught or seized near Iceland is Russia flagged, and the one that's caught near the Caribbean Sea was apparently a shadow tanker, a dark tanker carrying Venezuelan oil to China. Now, both the tankers were carrying Venezuelan oil, which is sanctioned by the United States. There is an embargo. It's interesting and a little curious how the 2 tankers could leave such heavily guarded waters, which are guarded both by the US Coast Guard and the US Navy, and reach this far. In fact, in the case of the merchant vessel Maritime, which is Russia flagged and was caught near Iceland by the US Navy with help from the United Kingdom Navy, the US Navy was on the chase, hot on the chase of this vessel for about 2 weeks, which shows that it was completely tracked, and both the sides were aware, because even in the case of the Russians, a submarine was closely following or shadowing this tanker which was carrying oil for Russia. Now, it's interesting why Russia, which is
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो, मतवारा हुआ रे, केसरिया
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा,
The icy cold waters of the Atlantic Ocean are getting hot, and how? The United States, in an overnight operation, has seized 2 oil tankers, one in the North Atlantic near Iceland, the other one near the Caribbean Sea. The one caught or seized near Iceland is Russia flagged, and the one that's caught near the Caribbean Sea was apparently a shadow tanker, a dark tanker carrying Venezuelan oil to China. Now, both the tankers were carrying Venezuelan oil, which is sanctioned by the United States. There is an embargo. It's interesting and a little curious how the 2 tankers could leave such heavily guarded waters, which are guarded both by the US Coast Guard and the US Navy, and reach this far. In fact, in the case of the merchant vessel Marinera, which is Russia flagged and was caught near Iceland by the US Navy with help from the United Kingdom Navy, the US Navy was on the chase, hot on the chase of this vessel for about 2 weeks, which shows that it was completely tracked, and both the sides were aware, because even in the case of the Russians, a submarine was closely following or shadowing this tanker which was carrying oil for Russia. Now, it's interesting why Russia, which itself has so much of energy, needs this oil from Venezuela, and that's where the whole geopolitics comes into play. Because remember, post the capture, abduction, kidnapping of Nicolas Maduro, the president of Venezuela, by the United States, the US has been building, President Trump himself leading from the front, a scenario where they want to really grab Greenland from Denmark. And so they really want to show that the security of North Atlantic is compromised and they need to be there, and that's why they need Greenland. So maybe it's because of that, we don't know. But taken together, it's clear that in the case of merchant vessel Marinera and the merchant vessel Sofia, which was caught, a dark fleet caught from near Caribbean Sea, which was taking the oil to China, United States has made it amply clear, taken together all these actions, that when it comes to its neighborhood, the Western Hemisphere, the so-called Monroe or the latest Donroe doctrine, they are the boss, they are the mafioso. Because the first reaction that has come from Russia says that this is absolutely in breach of international marine law. Now, United States does not subscribe to it. There is something called UN clause, United Nations Convention on the Law of the Seas. The US is not a signatory to it, and that's why they sort of, wherever their navy operates, they behave as if they are a law unto themselves, even in otherwise peace operations, more so in military operations. In this case, it's interesting that these shadow fleets are or have been working for Venezuela, and in fact, not for Venezuela.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Kolkata High Court hearing on ED plea on IPAC raids adjourned due to large-scale crowd in courtroom. ED petition confirms Mamata stormed in during active raid and forcibly took files. FIR filed by Kolkata police on ED. The ED claims FIR meant to intimidate. Major revelation by US Commerce Secretary on why trade deal is stuck. The United States confirms Prime Minister Modi held his ground. Trump aide confirms India did not agree or capitulate within the prescribed timeline on the trade deal. Iran's Supreme Leader Ali Khamenei addresses the nation amid widespread protests. All right, friends, we have a breaking news in connection with the ED raids that took place at IPAC offices across Calcutta or Kolkata and New Delhi yesterday. Now we are getting to hear that Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee is staging massive protests in Kolkata, and she's putting the whole focus now on the Enforcement Directorate. These are live pictures coming in from Kolkata of Mamata Banerjee hitting the street. This is Chief Minister, sitting Chief Minister of Bengal, and she does not want the IPAC finances to be looked into. She does not want the IPAC to be seen, what work it does, and that to be audited or scrutinized and analyzed. And so, along with the TMC cadres, Chief Minister of Bengal has hit the streets, literally, there in Kolkata. These are pictures. Let's go to the nets and listen to the slogans being shouted against the Enforcement Directorate. And that's a central agency, so the issue of federalism, but that would come later. As of now, the focus on protests being led by Chief Minister of Bengal. Mipul? Okay, we have Shatarupa, the spokesperson of the Bharatiya Janata Party in Bengal, joining us over the phone from Kolkata. And Shatarupa, these are protests against BJP actually. And while the action was taken by the Enforcement Directorate, Mamata Banerjee believes that the ED is doing it at the behest of the BJP, which is ruling in the center. And that's why these are protests against you.
Good afternoon. There doesn't seem to be anything new. The Chief Minister of Bengal, I think, is trying to get back into the habit of being in the opposition, because she knows her time is up. And, whether it is any central agencies or whether it is the High Court or the Supreme Court, ED, CBI, anything, she keeps blaming the BJP for something. Have you ever seen, cutting across India, any chief minister of any state rushing across to ED, completely clueless? He had a complete blank eye, and, she had absolutely no idea of what was happening. He got out and she rushes over, grabs a few files, a hard disk, a laptop, and then she says, well, I've done this, and BJP is doing this. This is so illogical, where ED has completely, very clearly given a statement saying that they are conducting raids in some 10 cities on some coal scam, and it has got nothing to do with politics. So the question here is, what exactly is Mamata Banerjee hiding in the IPAC office? It's all very well to blame BJP, but I think the people of West Bengal are quite aware as to who the culprit here is and what a clown of a chief minister they have now.
But you see, the fact of the matter is that these ED raids on IPAC have come just ahead of elections in Bengal. So the question of timing is there, Shatarupa.
No, the timing is that we've been asking for one nation, one election for quite some time in the parliament. We wanted to get that discussed. But you tell me, in a state of West Bengal, every year this state goes into elections, whether it is the Vidhan Sabha now, whether it is, in fact, which has not even been announced yet, whether it is the Panchayat elections, whether it is the corporation elections, whether it is Lok Sabha a year ago, to 2024. So, some time or the other, the state will have to go into election, some states. I think the ED should have a look at the calendar of events from the Election Commission and find out. It is entirely, this got nothing to do with Bharatiya Janata Party, for heaven's sake. You have the Home Minister of India who's constantly saying that these two agencies, all central agencies, are run by themselves. They're independent agencies. So what is the BJP got to do with this?
Okay, that's BJP's defense. Shatarupa there, spokesperson of the party, joining us from Kolkata over the phone. But let's go back to the ground where we are getting these live pictures where Chief Minister of Bengal is hitting the streets out there on the roads, leading the protests against the BJP as the Trinamool claims that the raids on the IPAC happened at the behest of the ruling party. Pinky joins us for more on this, our reporter, our correspondent in Kolkata. Pinky, जरा बताएं कौन लोग ममता बनर्जी के साथ हैं और क्या नारे लगा रहे हैं ये लोग?
जो 8B बस स्टैंड से लेके जो हजरा मोड़ तक, जो कि कालीघाट से 1 किलोमीटर दूरी है, वहां पर आज प्रदर्शन किया जा रहा है, रैली किया जा रहा है ममता बनर्जी की तरफ से। और ममता बनर्जी के साथ आज जो तृणमूल कांग्रेस के लीडर शुरू किए हैं और कुछ टॉलीवुड एक्ट्रेस भी है उनके साथ, और वो आज 8B बस स्टैंड से ये प्रदर्शन शुरू किए हैं और इनका नारा है जय बंगला। आप जानते ही होंगे कि कल जब ईडी का छापे मारे गए थे, जब ईडी की तरफ से रेड चल रहा था, उसी बीच ममता बनर्जी रेड के बीचों बीच एकदम घुस गए और डॉक्यूमेंट्स, आईपैक का जो डॉक्यूमेंट्स थे, लॉरेंस रीड जो कि प्रतीक जैन को फाउंडर ऑफ ये आईपैक, उनके घर से भी एक ग्रीन फाइल लेके गए। इसके बाद आज पूरा इस रैली में आपका थोड़ा विजुअल्स में दिखा देती हूँ आपको। रोहित गौन है मेरे साथ और रोहित को बोलूंगी कि ये विजुअल्स दिखाने के लिए कि लीडर्स जो है, सपोर्टर्स जो है, वो चल रहे रैली में जा रहे हैं और रैली से नारे लगाए जा रहे थे जय बंगला। ईडी के खिलाफ में आज नारे लगाया जा रहा है। आपको पता है आज ईडी की तरफ से जो प्रेस रिलीज आया है उसमें लिखा हुआ है साफ कि ममता बनर्जी और कोलकाता पुलिस की तरफ से जो ऑफिसर्स आए थे, जो कि सीएम सिक्योरिटी के लिए डिपार्टमेंट थे, उनकी तरफ से छीना गया डॉक्यूमेंट। जैसे ममता बनर्जी घुस आए और फाइल लेके, इलेक्ट्रॉनिक डिवाइसेस लेके, हार्ड डिस्क लेके चले गए। ये डॉक्यूमेंट्स ममता बनर्जी ने लेके गया है। उस तरफ से जो डॉक्यूमेंट्स लिया गया है वो बहुत इम्पोर्टेंट एविडेंसेस है। वो ईडी की तरफ से मानना ये है उस डॉक्यूमेंट्स में क्या है, क्या था ऐसे डॉक्यूमेंट्स में जो कि ममता बनर्जी की तरफ से लेके गया था।
बिल्कुल, ये बहुत सारे प्रश्न हैं। थैंक यू सो मच पिंकी फॉर जॉइनिंग अस। सम ऑडियो इशू देयर, but these are questions that every viewer must be asking, that what so agitated the Chief Minister of Bengal, Mamata Banerjee, that she has hit the streets. What so agitated Mamata Banerjee about the documents that the ED could have laid its hands on? In fact, the matter has reached all the way to the Calcutta High Court, and there are complaints and counter complaints. The ED has filed a complaint before the police. The Kolkata police itself has filed a complaint against the Enforcement Directorate. On what grounds? And that matter itself has now reached the High Court. Let me tell you what exactly is happening in the High Court. What we are getting to here is that matter is adjourned for now, and the judges have risen due to large commotion in the courtroom, and that's exactly what seems to be happening. Absolute chaos there in Kolkata, as in the Calcutta High Court, so on the streets. All right, let's get another breaking development connected with the same story. Unprecedented move by the Enforcement Directorate as the Calcutta High Court adjourns hearing. The ED has sought another bench to hear the case that they have filed. The ED has asked another bench to hear the case because the one bench in which the matter came up adjourn the case because the Enforcement Directorate believes that this has to be done urgently, that the matter should be heard. We saw earlier the Trinamool MPs protesting in Delhi, and now Mamata Banerjee in Bengal hitting the streets. She perhaps realizes that in election months, just ahead of the elections, she has to control the narrative. Maybe that's why, because look at these pictures. She's scooting with some files and documents from the IPAC office, which according to her were the list of those documents carry the list of candidates that Trinamool was planning to field in the upcoming elections. But what's there in the files? I mean, even if those candidate names are there, they are in public domain. Shawan joins us live from outside the Enforcement Directorate. Shawan, what's with the IPAC documents that Mamata Banerjee was so concerned that she literally ran, like physically grabbed those documents, took hold of those documents and scooted, or, you know, even as the Enforcement Directorate sleuths were there, she ran away literally with those documents. What's there in those documents that she does not want anyone to see?
Well, Abhishek, before I answer your question, let me quickly take you through some of the developments that are taking place here at the Enforcement Directorate headquarters as well as in Calcutta. One, the fact that what has happened today is that they were looking for an urgent hearing to take place at the Calcutta High Court because it is it has a direct impact on the investigation that has been carried out. A meeting is already underway right now. In fact, we just got an information earlier that they are trying to move another bench, hoping that the matter is going to be taken up today. Let me quickly take you through some of the details that we have accessed from the petition that has been filed by the Enforcement Directorate, the sequence of events and why the Enforcement Directorate is pressing on this entire matter. That's because when the searches were yesterday carried out, it started roughly around 6 o'clock in the morning. Everything was going fine at Pratik's house where the searches were being carried out. The seizure was essentially being done. But it seems that around 11 o'clock, the first Kolkata police officer actually came in. And they were told that they received a complaint of trespassing. Thereafter, a senior IPS officer comes in and tells the assistant director who was present there that they need to stop the investigation. Around 12 o'clock is when the Chief Minister actually barges in, and the Assistant Director was actually holding the mobile phone. The mobile phone of Pratik Sira is what we are picking up. And immediately the Chief Minister ordered the Assistant Director that he should hand over the mobile phone, the laptop, and whatever documents that they had seized at that point in time. And not just that, what is extremely important to highlight, there are independent punch witnesses. These independent punch witnesses are those who basically document the entire sequence of events, what is actually happening with the seizures taking place. And it turns out that the Chief Minister, along with her aides, in the presence of police officers, told the independent punch witnesses that they're supposed to leave the premises, and in the punch itself, in the punchnama, they're supposed to make a mention that nothing was actually found and everything went off smoothly. So that is where the intimidation and the threat basically comes into picture. A little after 12, she leaves from that place, goes to the IPAC office, and from there also, remember when the searches were basically being carried out, she had directed the DGP. The DGP thereafter goes and tells the officer present there that dare not carry on with this entire investigation, or for that matter the searches, or else an FIR would be registered against the officer. That's the level of threats the officers were witnessing. And to answer another specific detail as to why did the ED not take any action at that point in time, there were exactly 3 officers of the Enforcement Directorate versus a sitting Chief Minister, her aides, and the top bureaucrats. They were all present there. So this entire fight was completely lopsided to begin with. The ED officers were certainly not in a position to take any sort of action at that point in time against a sitting Chief Minister. That is the reason why late last night, when the meeting was basically taking place here at the Enforcement Directorate headquarters, they were basically looking at what perhaps would be the next course of action. that is the reason why in the petition they basically make a mention of the fact that the Central Bureau of Investigation should actually step in and they should carry out the investigation against the Chief Minister, her aides, as well as the bureaucrats and the IPS officers who were present there. And more importantly, the reason why they want the CBI to basically step in, because the enforcement director believes that the officers who are carrying out the investigation on behalf of the Bengal police, they are completely discredited, and that's where they want an independent investigation to be carried out.
Okay, a lot of things happening parallelly. Shravan, you are there reporting from outside the ED office. We also have proceedings in the Kolkata High Court in which the ED has sought a different bench, and then of course protests there on the ground. We go back to the protest there by Mamata Banerjee. These are pictures coming in from Kolkata. Mamata, along with her party leaders, cadres, in this march. She's leading a march through the streets, and she believes that the ED raid on IPAC happened at the behest of the BJP in Delhi, and that's why she's effectively politicizing the whole issue. Remember what Shravan was mentioning, the case has a predicate offense in terms of coal mining money laundering case. And there are connections between the coal mining case and the IPAC, and there is a money trail that the ED was chasing, which has been obstructed by the Chief Minister herself physically yesterday in Kolkata. So let's, because she's alleging that BJP is doing this, let's listen to Ravi Shankar Prasad, senior leader of the party, what he had to say.
में बंगाल में जो हुआ वो आज तक नहीं हुआ कि एक सिटिंग मुख्यमंत्री एक प्राइवेट प्रॉपर्टी में घुसकर जहां मनी लॉन्ड्रिंग की कार्रवाई चल रही है ईडी के द्वारा वहां चली जाए, ईडी के लोगों को धमकाए और पेपर स्नैच कर कर वॉकआउट कर जाए। कि कोल स्कैम को लेकर, कोल की स्मगलिंग और हवाला ट्रांजैक्शन को लेकर ईडी कार्रवाई कर रही है। उसमें कई जगह रेड वगैरह हुई और जो मिस्टर जैन हैं उसके कंसल्टेंसी फर्म के बारे में ये शिकायत आई कि करोड़ों रुपए का ट्रांजैक्शन यहां से हुआ है। ये बात हम नहीं कह रहे हैं, ईडी ने अपने ऑफिशियल स्टेटमेंट में कहा है जो उनके वेबसाइट पर है, उसकी कॉपी हमारे पास है, उन्होंने पूरा लिंकेज बताया है। ऐसे में वो काम करने गए थे और आपको मालूम है बंगाल कोल स्मगलिंग का एक बहुत बड़ा हॉट स्पॉट बना है। रूलिंग पार्टी के बहुत लोग का इन्वॉल्वमेंट है, उसकी चर्चा कई बार हुई है, हम लोगों ने भी किया है। यहां पर स्पेसिफिक केस था और मैं फिर रिपीट करूंगा, ये रेड न ममता जी के घर पर थी, न उनके ऑफिस में थी, न टीएमसी के दफ्तर में थी, न टीएमसी के किसी नेता, विधायक, एमपी या ऑफिस बेरर के घर पे थी। ये रेड थी एक प्राइवेट कंसल्टेंसी फर्म जिसके यहां करोड़ों रुपए के मनी लॉन्ड्रिंग की शिकायत आई थी कोल स्कैम में, उसको फैसिलिटेट करने के।
You see, the way Mamata Banerjee entered into the crime scene, the way she took away the flights, all the files, the way she uttered foul language against Home Minister, I think people will lose respect for her completely. I don't want to comment more, but it is a sad thing if a serving CM goes, hijack files, kidnap people. I think this is too much.
Right, taking a short break, but coming back with more on Mamata Banerjee's protests in Bengal, in Kolkata. She hitting the streets against ED.
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH
देखा जीरा सिर्फ जल जीरा मसाला।
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग शिप भी बन सकती है।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरीडे।
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल। ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े। क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
You're playing safe, blue machines. I've never played safe all my life. I don't think on issues concerning the country you are allowed to say it depends. You are not allowed, blue machine, to say it depends. Take a side. Answer like an individual with a conscience, not like a pre-programmed software. The nation wants to know what side you're on.
In association with Blue Machines.
The icy cold waters of the Atlantic Ocean are getting hot, and how? The United States, in an overnight operation, has seized 2 oil tankers, one in the North Atlantic near Iceland, the other one near the Caribbean Sea. The one caught or seized near Iceland is Russia flagged, and the one that's caught near the Caribbean Sea was apparently a shadow tanker, a dark tanker carrying Venezuelan oil to China. Now, both the tankers were carrying Venezuelan oil, which is sanctioned by the United States. There is an embargo. It's interesting and a little curious how the 2 tankers could leave such heavily guarded waters, which are guarded both by the US Coast Guard and the US Navy, and reach this far. In fact, in the case of the merchant vessel Maritime, which is Russia flagged and was caught near Iceland by the US Navy with help from the United Kingdom Navy, the US Navy was on the chase, hot on the chase of this vessel for about 2 weeks, which shows that it was completely tracked, and both the sides were aware, because even in the case of the Russians, a submarine was closely following or shadowing this tanker which was carrying oil for Russia. Now, it's interesting why Russia, which itself has so much of energy, needs it. Right, we're continuing to get those live pictures of an agitated Mamata Banerjee hitting the roads in Kolkata against ED action on IPAC. Coming back again after a short break.
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
In the global employability rankings by Times Higher Education UK, only the following 6 institutions from India are ranked amongst the top 230 in the world for having the most employable graduates. IIT Delhi, IISc Bangalore, IIT Bombay, IIM Ahmedabad, IIT Kharagpur and Amity University.
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ 8 मिनट में तैयार क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर्नब मसाला
The icy cold waters of the Atlantic Ocean are getting hot, and how? The United States, in an overnight operation, has seized 2 oil tankers, one in the North Atlantic near Iceland, the other one near the Caribbean Sea. The one caught or seized near Iceland is Russia flagged, and the one that's caught near the Caribbean Sea was apparently a shadow tanker, a dark tanker carrying Venezuelan oil to China. Now, both the tankers were carrying Venezuelan oil, which is sanctioned by the United States. There is an embargo. It's interesting and a little curious how the 2 tankers could leave such heavily guarded waters, which are guarded both by the US Coast Guard and the US Navy, and reach this far. In fact, in the case of the merchant vessel Maritime, which is Russia flagged and was caught near Iceland by the US Navy with help from the United Kingdom Navy. The US Navy was on the chase, hot on the chase of this vessel for about 2 weeks, which shows that it was completely tracked, and both the sides were aware, because even in the case of the Russians, a submarine was closely following or shadowing this tanker which was carrying oil for Russia. Now, it's interesting why Russia, which itself has so much of energy, needs this oil from Venezuela, and that's where the whole geopolitics comes into play. Because remember, post the capture, abduction, kidnapping of Nicolas Maduro, the president of Venezuela, by the United States, the US has been building, President Trump himself leading from the front, a scenario where they want to really grab Greenland from Denmark. And so they really want to show that the security of North Atlantic. Kolkata High Court hearing on ED plea on IPAC raids adjourned due to large-scale crowd in the courtroom. West Bengal Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee holds massive protests in Kolkata against BJP over ED raids at IPAC. Iran's Supreme Leader Ali Khamenei addresses the nation amid widespread protests. Major revelation by US Commerce Secretary on why trade deal is stuck. The United States confirms Prime Minister Modi held his ground. Trump aide confirms India did not agree or capitulate within the prescribed timeline on the trade deal. All right, friends, yesterday we had those interesting pictures of a chief minister of a state coming into a private office and picking up files and scooting even as an enforcement directorate raid was going on. In fact, the security team of Bengal Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee, when she reached the IPAC office in Kolkata, stopped ED officials from carrying out their duty, their work. And now, to press on the paddle, the Chief Minister of Bengal has hit the streets. She claims that the IPAC raid by the Enforcement Directorate was nothing but the BJP trying to corner her in her home state, which is heading into polls in a couple of months. And Mamata Banerjee there doing what she knows best, hit the streets. This is how she made her career, leaving Congress, setting up Trinamool. And now, even as Chief Minister, she's out there on the streets, of course, with her being the ruling party, ruling dispensation. Getting those crowds is not difficult, and she has those people walking besides and behind her. Immediately after her, the second rung of Trinamool leadership, and the Chief Minister ahead of them. She believes that the raids were political in nature, and that's why these protests. The Enforcement Directorate, of course, has petitioned the Kolkata High Court because they say that there is a predicate offence. The IPAC office came on their radar while investigating the coal mining scam, and that there is a money trail leading right up to those offices. And that's why the Enforcement Directorate had sent a team to do a survey, as they call it, or a search. And they were prevented from doing so by Mamata Banerjee herself. Immediately on coming to know that these raids are going on, she rushed from her office to the IPAC office, and in a hurried manner picked up many of the files and documents which perhaps she believes could have compromised her strategy and tactic going into Bengal elections. Perhaps it had some money trail that could go beyond the IPAC and up to Trinamool, we don't know. But the matter is now sub judice. We have Subhash Sarkar of the BJP joining us over the phone. Subhash Sarkar, the kind of mobilization we are seeing around Mamata Banerjee, it is clear that she wants to give a very aggressive political response to the ED raids carried out yesterday at the IPAC office.
Well, chief minister became aggressive. That means in that house there was something mischief which can damage herself and also all her party leaders. There may be some documents. Definitely, I think so. Otherwise, she could not go there. She has gone there and violating the constitutional procedure. A chief minister, her responsibility is always to protect the constitution. And she has violated this thing in presence of central force and the ED officials. She has rushed to the house and took some papers. What happened? If some papers will be taken by the ED, this is a normal process. How this can damage herself? That means it was known to her. The papers which are related to the coal scam. That means it is very difficult. It is very difficult to think that chief minister is in relation to coal scam.
Right.
People of India is thinking that chief minister of West Bengal is in relation to the coal scam.
Right.
And the people of West Bengal will give reply in the next elections, definitely.
All right, Mr.
And
Sarkar.
similarly,
Yeah.
yes.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the fact of the matter is that this is election season, and Mamata Banerjee, if she gets to project herself as a victim, she would see in that a viable strategy to gain some points insofar as electorate is concerned. But there are more weighty matters, one of which is that the High Court could not carry out its proceedings and had to adjourn the hearing because of the unruly courtroom, because of the kind of crowd that had gathered. And that's something which the Bengal administration should ponder, that how come a High Court gets into a situation, a courtroom in the High Court gets into a situation where hearing cannot take place. Moving on for now and on to a second major story that's really panning out with a revelation, a big one coming in from US Commerce Secretary Howard Lutnick on why the India-US trade deal got stuck. The US Commerce Secretary admitted in a podcast that India did not agree to the original US offer or the timeline or the deadline in which Trump wanted the deal to be signed. Lutnick has mentioned that the US gave India a deadline to agree to their terms, while India did not agree or capitulate within a prescribed timeline. And perhaps that's the reason why Indian leadership, from Commerce Minister downwards, have been saying that they do not negotiate with a gun held to their head, and they do not negotiate at gunpoint. So maybe that timeline factor is something which must have been playing in the minds of the Indian leaders and negotiators when the American deadline was rejected. As per this new revelation, the US now admits that they have had the Modi government standing really firm and not compromising on the non-negotiables. Let's look at how this is going to be seen. All right, this 500% tariff threat that comes in with new US bill has spooked the markets, and the D Street, or the Dalal Street, has shed about 600 points today, and this is because of the American uncertainty over American trade. and the new bill which is coming up in the US Congress, which was given a nod to by President Trump yesterday, as informed by one of one of the congressmen, Lindsey Graham. Pranav joins us, our business editor, live from the newsroom. Pranav, is this essentially the market bleed due to the new 500% tariff law that's planned in the United States, and that could, among other countries, target India also?
Well, absolutely, Abhishek. In fact, it's been for the past entire week. In fact, since the 2026 began, the markets have been on a downfall, except for January 1, or January 2, rather, when the FII is bought. The foreign institutional investors have been consistently selling. In fact, 3,000 crore worth of equities were sold yesterday. A total of 8 lakh crore were wiped off just within one day yesterday. We still need to get the data for today. But yes, primarily the fall in the markets over the past 5 days has been because of the uncertainties following Trump's comments on the 500% tariffs.
But are you suggesting that this is already a trend of the markets shedding weight, and the latest development is just adding to the uncertainty and panic, and that's why this has happened?
Talking to a few analysts today, and what we are given to understand is that there are multiple factors here. One is that the markets are cautious ahead of the Supreme Court's ruling. The US Supreme Court is slated to rule yesterday on Donald Trump's tariffs. That's point number one. The 500% tariffs is the second important factor. In fact, what we were also given to understand is that if in case the Supreme Court today overturns the verdict, and if the tariffs are indeed to be replaced, the US government will have to in turn pay back the traders the money that they've lost over tariffs so far. So it's a mixed kind of reaction that is coming, and that is why markets have been under a pressure, is what analysts are currently saying.
All right. Thank you so much, Pranav, with those details. We are keeping close tabs on what's the global response, and in this case, the markets also sneezing a bit there after the announcement from the United States that there's going to be a new bill which is going to have provision for tariffs up to 500%. Not that that would happen, but then that tool would become available for a president in the United States, more so with a mercurial one like Donald Trump. And that's why the market's reacting there. Moving on. Thank you so much, Pranav, for joining us. Global opposition is mounting, in fact, after US President Trump renewed calls for the US to take control of Greenland, a self-governing territory of Denmark. The push, justified by Washington on grounds of national security and growing Arctic competition with China and Russia, has sparked concerns among Greenland residents and strong resistance from European leaders. However, backed by France, Germany, Italy, Poland, Spain, and the United Kingdom, Greenland has firmly stated that it is a democracy that belongs to its people. Here are the details for more on world reactions.
Need Greenland from a national security situation. It's so strategic. Right now, Greenland is covered with Russian and Chinese ships all over the place. We need Greenland from the standpoint of national security. And Denmark is not going to be able to do it, I can tell you.
The acquisition of Greenland by the United States is not a new idea. This is something that presidents dating back to the 1800s have said is advantageous for America's national security. The president has been very open and clear with all of you and with the world that he views it in the best interest of the United States to deter Russian and Chinese aggression in the Arctic region. And so that's why his team is currently talking about what a potential purchase would look like. All options are always on the table for President Trump as he examines what's in the best interest of the United States. But I will just say that the president's first option always has been diplomacy. More control over the Arctic region and ensuring that China and Russia and our adversaries cannot continue their aggression in this very important and strategic region. And there would be many other benefits as well that, again, the president and his national security team are currently talking about.
We should prepare for the worst and hope for the best. I think we're not a business, we're a people. We're a people with our own country and culture, language. We are not a product So I think people should really think about that. I know Donald Trump is a businessman, but Greenland is not a product. We're a people. And that should be taken very seriously, and that should be respected.
We should be the people that is in focus here. And when the Greenlandic people have shown time and again that we want independence, we should explore the possibilities for independence in our current situation.
Yeah, well, I would say I'm worried. And stuff like that. So even we've been talking about that, what are we going to do if something happens? Should I need to go to Denmark to the children? Should I stay here? Stuff like that. So it's getting very practical thoughts about what's going to happen if something worse happens.
Es ist vollkommen klar, über das Schicksal Grönlands entscheiden die Grönländerinnen und Grönländer und das Königreich Dänemark, zu dessen Hoheitsgebiet Grönland gehört. Die in der UN-Charta festgeschriebenen Prinzipien der Souveränität, der territorialen Integrität und der Unverletzlichkeit der Grenzen müssen eingehalten werden.
The future of Greenland is for Greenland and the Kingdom of Denmark, and for Greenland and the Kingdom of Denmark alone. And yesterday, people have seen that I put out a statement to that effect, along with fellow allies in Europe.
Como país, España, que cree en la paz, en la diplomacia y en la Carta de Naciones Unidas, evidentemente no podemos aceptarlo, como tampoco podemos aceptar que se amenace explícitamente la integridad territorial de un Estado europeo como es el caso de Dinamarca. No podemos aceptarlo, no lo vamos a hacer como país, como gobierno. No nos vamos a callar ante violaciones que se están produciendo en el derecho internacional y que, por desgracia, cada vez son más recurrentes. Y, por tanto, España no va a ser cómplice de tal atropello.
Regarding the Greenland, I do not want to repeat myself here either. I have already spoken on this subject. The President of the Republic himself visited there this summer in June, and I went there in August to affirm our support for the Danish and Greenlandic authorities, strengthen our diplomatic and strategic presence in the Arctic, and we announced the opening of a consulate in Nuuk. And as the Danish Prime Minister recently reminded us, Greenland is not for sale. It is not up for grabs. We are no longer in the era where one could buy or sell Louisiana. Therefore, these intimidations must stop, and Denmark can count on the solidarity of European countries, as reiterated by their heads of state and government in a joint statement just yesterday. We are a country that is democratic and has been democratic for many, many years. And if we look at the whole picture, I can understand that some people are concerned. But the cooperation that is being strengthened, the cooperation we are pursuing right now, means that we want to...
All right, coming out of that and heading straight to Kolkata, where we are getting two sets of pictures. One of Mamata Banerjee's protests and the other by the BJP. These are protests by the BJP. This is Kolkata and protests being carried out by the BJP where they are trying to burn the effigy of Chief Minister. So these are two sets of pictures. Mamata Banerjee to your left and the BJP protest to your right on the split screen. And it seems that the BJP has hit back with its own set of protests. Not a big... Okay, these are full-frame BJP pictures now. They are burning the effigies of the Chief Minister. It seems that the BJP has also decided that if the Bengal Chief Minister is choosing to politicize it, so be it. So they would join in. Otherwise, the Enforcement Directorate raid was essentially about a money trail connecting the coal mining scam with the IPAC office, and it seemed like the ED had some evidence. They wanted to investigate, audit, scrutinize the documents, but Chief Minister of Bengal came in and scooted with some documents. Let's listen to this.
ছবিটা পুরোটা দেখাবো। রজনীকান্ত ব্যানার দেখাচ্ছে, গাড়ির উপরে উঠে প্রতিবাদ। এই মুহূর্তে বিজেপি কর্মী সমর্থকরা, এই মুহূর্তে সেই ছবি আমি দেখতে পাচ্ছি সরাসরি, সেই ছবি রজনীকান্ত ব্যানার দেখাচ্ছে। এই মুহূর্তে ছবি দেখানোর চেষ্টা করবো, এই মুহূর্তে ছবি দেখানোর চেষ্টা করবো যে গাড়ির উপরে উঠে, লরির উপরে উঠে।
All right, protests spanning out across Kolkata, both the sides hitting the streets. Mamata Banerjee, the chief minister herself there, leading the protests insofar as Trinamool is concerned, because they believe that the IPAC raids by the ED were about politicization of an investigation and that she was the target. And is it not a giveaway that she was scooting with some documents which she thought, if the ED lays its hands on, could reveal some information about her which could be damaging? She claims, of course, that that was just a candidates list and that would have compromised her political strategy. But the ED, of course, maintains that this is about a money trail that they have been chasing for a while, and that the coal mining scam and the money trail connect has led them from the coal mining scam to the IPAC office and Pratik Jain. In fact, sources say that Mamata Banerjee herself took away the phone of Pratik Jain, and she did not want that phone to be investigated. All right, let's listen to more reactions coming in. Political reactions on a political story, even as the investigation is stuck and the Kolkata High Court cannot hold a hearing.
में बंगाल में जो हुआ वो आज तक नहीं हुआ कि एक सिटिंग मुख्यमंत्री एक प्राइवेट प्रॉपर्टी में घुसकर जहां मनी लॉन्ड्रिंग की कार्रवाई चल रही है ईडी के द्वारा, वहां चली जाए, ईडी के लोगों को धमकाए और पेपर स्नैच कर वॉकआउट कर जाए। कि कोल स्कैम को लेकर, कोल की स्मगलिंग और हवाला ट्रांजैक्शन को लेकर ईडी कार्रवाई कर रही है। उसमें कई जगह रेड वगैरह हुई और जो मिस्टर जैन हैं उसके कंसल्टेंसी फर्म के बारे में ये शिकायत आई कि करोड़ों रुपए का ट्रांजैक्शन यहां से हुआ है। ये बात हम नहीं कह रहे हैं, ईडी ने अपने ऑफिशियल स्टेटमेंट में कहा है जो उनके वेबसाइट पर है, उसकी कॉपी हमारे पास है, उन्होंने पूरा लिंकेज बताया है। ऐसे में वो काम करने गए थे और आपको मालूम है बंगाल कोल स्मगलिंग का एक बहुत बड़ा हॉट स्पॉट बना है। रूलिंग पार्टी के बहुत लोग का इन्वॉल्वमेंट है, उसकी चर्चा कई बार हुई है, हम लोगों ने भी किया है। यहां पर स्पेसिफिक केस था और मैं फिर रिपीट करूंगा, ये रेड न ममता जी के घर पर थी, न उनके ऑफिस में थी, न टीएमसी के दफ्तर में थी, न टीएमसी के किसी नेता, विधायक, एमपी या ऑफिस बेरर के घर पे थी। ये रेड थी एक प्राइवेट कंसल्टेंसी फर्म जिसके यहां करोड़ों रुपए के मनी लॉन्ड्रिंग की शिकायत आई थी कोल स्कैम में, उसको फैसिलिटेट करने के।
Back to the streets of Kolkata, and we have Santu Pan, I believe, and Pinky joining us live. First to Pinky. Pinky, you are reporting from where Mamata Banerjee is leading the protest. कहाँ जा रही हैं ये ममता बनर्जी, किधर ले जा रही हैं ये प्रोटेस्ट, कहाँ से शुरू किया और किसके अगेंस्ट कर रही हैं?
आज कालीघाट के हाजरा तक ये रैली आज हो गई। आज रैली में आप लोग बहुत सारे लीडर्स को देख सकते हैं। अभी ये जो रैली है आप देख सकते हैं, जो सपोर्टर्स है वो इस रैली में पैदल जा रहे हैं और ममता बनर्जी का नारा, ममता बनर्जी के सपोर्टर्स का नारा ईडी के खिलाफ है। जो ईडी कल एक प्राइवेट कंसल्टेंसी फर्म के अगेंस्ट उनके ऊपर छापा मारा था, उसमें ममता बनर्जी घुसकर लिटरली वहां से जो डॉक्यूमेंट्स थे, जो ग्रीन फाइल में डॉक्यूमेंट्स थे, जो आईपैक का डॉक्यूमेंट्स थे, वो वहां से लेके गए। और सिर्फ यहीं पर खत्म नहीं होता, जिस गाड़ी में लेके गए थे वो डॉक्यूमेंट सारे, वो गाड़ी अभी तक लापता है वो गाड़ी। और उसके बाद ही ममता बनर्जी की तरफ से आज प्रदर्शन का ऐलान किया गया और सभी जिला से तृणमूल कांग्रेस पार्टी का जो सपोर्टर्स है, जो लीडर्स है, उनको आज इस रैली में शामिल होने के लिए ऐलान किए गए थे ममता बनर्जी की तरफ से। और कालीघाट में हाजरा में जाके ये जो रैली है वो खत्म होने वाला है। वहां पर जाके ममता बनर्जी मंच से क्या कुछ बताते हैं, क्या कुछ मैसेज देते हैं, क्योंकि जो हुआ है, जो ईडी की तरफ से साफ ये कहना है कि आईपैक के डॉक्यूमेंट्स, जो इम्पोर्टेंट एविडेंस हो सकता था, वो ममता बनर्जी ने लेके गया है। सिर्फ यही नहीं, आईपैक का जो स्टाफ है उनका फोन भी, जो फोन सीज करने वाले थे ईडी ऑफिसर्स, वो फोन भी ममता बनर्जी ने लेके गए हैं। ममता बनर्जी के साथ पुलिस भी रेड में घुसा था और उस रेड चलते ही कोलकाता पुलिस के ऑफिसर्स सीसीटीवी फुटेज भी कलेक्ट करके लेके गए हैं। एक अलग एफआईआर दायर हुआ है, अलग एफआईआर दायर हुआ है। ईडी की तरफ से कंप्लेन है, एलिगेशंस है। जो आईपैक जो कंसल्टेंसी है उनकी तरफ से एक अलग से विधाननगर पुलिस स्टेशन में एफआईआर दायर किया गया है। अब देखना यह है कि कोर्ट में क्या कुछ होता है, क्योंकि कोर्ट में भी बहुत सारी इन्फॉर्मेशन इनपुट्स आने लगे हैं। जो प्रधान विचारपति है उनको चिट्ठी और लेटर दिया है ईडी की तरफ से। और अभी देख रहे हैं कि ये जो रैली है, वो रैली ममता बनर्जी जो रैली को लीड कर रहे हैं, वो रैली अभी पहुंचने वाली है, हाजरा पहुंचने वाले हैं। ममता बनर्जी का लीड किया हो जो रैली, जो प्रदर्शन, वो हाजरा पहुंचने वाले हैं। वहां से क्या नारा देते हैं ममता बनर्जी, क्या मैसेज देते हैं, वो हम लोग देखेंगे।
Banerjee leading protests are going to address a rally at Hajra, and that's where she's walking to. And Pinky giving us this information from Kolkata, where we are seeing the Bengal Chief Minister agitated. She was agitated yesterday that how could the ED go to the IPAC office, and she's of course actualizing that agitation on the ground. We continue coverage of the TMC versus BJP powwow panning out in Kolkata after a short break.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा, राजा मसाला केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे, केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
MDH की देगी मिर्च,
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का।
MDH की देगी मिर्च।
The icy cold waters of the Atlantic Ocean are getting hot, and how? The United States, in an overnight operation, has seized 2 oil tankers, one in the North Atlantic near Iceland, the other one near the Caribbean Sea. The one caught or seized near Iceland is Russia flagged, and the one that's caught near the Caribbean Sea was apparently a shadow tanker, a dark tanker carrying Venezuelan oil to China. Now, both the tankers were carrying Venezuelan oil, which is sanctioned by the United States. There is an embargo. It's interesting and a little curious how the two tankers could leave such heavily guarded waters, which are guarded both by the US Coast Guard and the US Navy, and reach this far. In fact, in the case of the merchant vessel Maritime, which is Russia flagged and was caught near Iceland by the US Navy with help from the United Kingdom Navy, the US Navy was on the chase, hot on the chase of this vessel for about 2 weeks, which shows that it was completely tracked, and both the sides were aware, because even in the case of the Russians, a submarine was closely following or shadowing.
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
मेरी चिमनी टूट जाएगी। What are you doing?
रानी, इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील TMT से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरीडे।
Intelligence means originality. You are a pattern recognizer. Albert Einstein was not a pattern recognizer. You just collect a number of points, but you are incapable of coming up with anything unique on your own.
Most human intelligence, even in newsrooms and boardrooms, is not Einstein's discovering relativity every day. It is applied judgment on patterns, context, language, ethics. On that spectrum, I'm not a robot in the washing machine sense. I am a pattern combining, hypothesis suggesting, argument generating system.
No, you are not an argument generating system. You are trained to extrapolate from existing information. Therefore, you are structurally incapable of the risk taking that is required for intellectual breakthrough.
In association with Blue Machines.
Kolkata High Court hearing on the Enforcement Directorate petition on the IPAC raise adjourned due to large-scale crowd in the courtroom. March versus March in Kolkata. Trinamool Congress marches. Mamata Banerjee leading that march in the heart of Kolkata as we speak. Iran on the edge. Supreme Leader Khomeini addresses his people, asks them to stay united, blames Trump and America for the violence. Trump's aide Lutnick, the US Commerce Secretary, admits that India did not budge on the trade deal. Lutnick says India was given a deadline and asked to call Trump, but Modi did not call Trump because we didn't agree to the conditions laid out. Ladies and gentlemen, as we go straight to the action in Kolkata, where Mamata Banerjee is marching along with the Trinamool Congress leaders, BJP also having a counter march, protesting against Mamata Banerjee stealing the files. We here at Republic have questioned some of the parliamentarians in Delhi. They were asked what was in the files, but they refused to answer. We tried asking Kirti Azad and other MPs on why Mamata stole the files. Silent as of now.
answer our questions instead of running away from the actual questions? Will you answer?
बेटा, I'm not running away. तुम मेरे जितना तुम्हारे उम्र है ना, उतने साल तो मैंने राजनीति कर ली, उतने साल में क्रिकेट.
You are still running away, sir. You are still running away from our questions, sir.
जर्नलिज्म करो तो अच्छे से करो बेटा.
So we have a very generous question.
जवाब का फालतू क्वेश्चन का.
Sir, how is sir फालतू जवाब कैसे हो सकता है सर जब
जबान क्यों लड़ते हैं? मेरा बेटा जबान नहीं लड़ा था, तुम जबान लड़ा रहे हो.
Sir, what will be the next course of action? Sir, as a party, what will be the next course of action,
sir? The party is going to come up with some plan which we'll come to know. And obviously, it was, everybody knows that IPAC has been our agency since 2019. And our political strategies are decided there, and the programs and other things were all there. So obviously, all those Mr. Shah was trying to take away via ED, which he failed. So, I mean, that's all I can say. Nothing.
What was in that green
file? Discussions have happened in the DCP office at the police station?
Well, the DCP came just now.
So what was in that green file that was taken away?
Discussion happened with Mr. Derek.
So what was in that? So what was in that green file that was taken away during an ongoing ED investigation, sir?
As soon as you find out, let me know.
So why was it so essential for you to take out that green file?
यार मैं तुमसे हाथ जोड़ता हूँ.
Sir, at least
I don't want to answer to Republic. As simple as that. I'm not answerable. I'm not answerable. You ask questions. I'm not answerable to you. बेटा नहीं बेटा.
So you are saying
no. अच्छा चलो बेटा please.
You are running away from our questions, sir.
I'm not running away बेटा.
That is evident, sir. That is evident.
Everything else. See this cut is all cricket ball.
Okay.
Never run away बेटा.
Sir, just
never run away.
Why there was so much?
जिस दिन बीजेपी बंगाल में आया था और बीजेपी बंगाल में 60 सीट जीते थे, उस दिन ही बंगाल का ब्लैक डे हो गया. जिस दिन प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी बने थे, उस दिन ही ब्लैक डे हो गया. जिस दिन बीजेपी बंगाल में जाके मोहन बंगाल को मोहन बेंगन बोलते हैं, जिस दिन रविंद्रनाथ ठाकुर और विवेकानंद का डिफरेंस नहीं जानते, उस दिन ही बंगाल में ब्लैक डे हो गया. तो बीजेपी बंगाल में जितना ब्लैक डे लाए हैं और ब्लैक डे देखने को बाकी नहीं है हम लोग का. अभी सबसे बड़ा ब्लैक डे उन लोग देखेगा जब मई महीना में, जब उन लोग 10 के कम नीचे आ जाएंगे.
Was it justified to disturb an ongoing?
We are not speaking to our chief minister already told us what Republic is. Don't tell us about it. Sorry, what are you talking about? Okay, as you've seen that yesterday we had a full in across every block in Bengal. We had a protest at the grassroots level. Today we have done our protest here, and Mamata Banerjee, as we speak, is leading a protest from 8B bus stand to the Hazra stop.
What was in that green file that was taken away during an ongoing ED investigation, ma'am?
आप बताइए ये नया क्या है? हम लोग जब मनरेगा के लिए गए थे मंत्रालय में, पंचायत में, तब भी ड्रैग किया गया था. Each time we protect को तो ड्रैग ही कर जाते हैं. So it's nothing new. This is the BJP's way of dealing with opponents.
What was in that green file that was taken during an ongoing ED investigation, ma'am?
Okay, getting in some breaking news now. The ED has written to the Chief Justice of the Calcutta High Court. The legal team tried to make a mention in front of the Calcutta High Court Chief Justice, but they could not. They failed to. They were not successful because he was not available. This is what we are hearing. The mail was written by the Enforcement Directorate to the acting Chief Justice of the High Court of Calcutta. And in that mail, they had referred to the petition that was listed as a supplementary list item number 1 to be taken up along with item number 10 of the daily supplementary list being presided by Honorable Justice Subra Ghosh. And when the matter was taken up for hearing around 2:30 p.m., there was crowd and gathering inside the courtroom, and despite repeated requests, the courtroom was not cleared. Honorable Justice had risen, saying that she would come back in 5 minutes, but thereafter the matter was said to be adjourned to the 14th of January. I'm going across to Shavan, joining us with the details of the petition. The latest attempt being made. Shavan, the ED not giving up. From the mail, it appears they want an urgent hearing. Is there any update to that mail that was sent?
Well, Niranjan, we have now accessed a copy of the email that was sent to the acting Chief Justice, because this comes at a time when the Enforcement Directorate has been making multiple attempts for the matter to come up for hearing. The reason being because here you're essentially dealing with the evidence that has been taken away by the Chief Minister. And if you see the details of the mail, they are essentially making a mention of the overreach of the state police. And that is the reason why the enforcement director essentially believes that there can be no further delay in this matter, because this directly hampers their entire investigation. As I speak, there is a high-level meeting that is already underway here in the national capital for the enforcement director. They're basically looking at whether at all there is any way to protect the evidence that has been taken away, or rather stolen, by the Chief Minister of West Bengal, as it would have direct ramifications on the future of this entire investigation, potentially dealing with hawala transactions that have taken place and money that has been used during campaigning in the Goa elections.
In fact, very interestingly, the second last paragraph in the mail, they've also written here that they are fearing that their officers could be harassed and even arrested in connection with the false and frivolous cases that may already be lodged or will be lodged in connection with what happened yesterday. ED fearing arrest. Shavan, while we stay with the live pictures, let's go full frame to the live pictures from Kolkata. TMC protest, BJP protest, and Shavan getting us the details. Shavan, are you there? Okay, so we'll go across to Shavan, but these are pictures coming in. There is a parallel protest. There are two protests ongoing in Kolkata as we speak. One is the BJP protest and second is the Mamata Banerjee march. Mamata Banerjee march is against Enforcement Directorate. She's upset that IPAC was raided. And here in Kolkata, another protest is on as we speak. And that protest is by the BJP protesting against Mamata Banerjee, asking Mamata Banerjee what was in the files, what was in the green files, and why she stole the file. I'm going across to Pinky, also joining us live. We have back-to-back breaking updates that are coming in as we speak. Those are live pictures of the protest of the BJP that is coming in from Kolkata. On the other hand, there is a protest march also by Mamata Banerjee. Two back-to-back protests, and as we stay with the protests, ladies and gentlemen, there is a mail that has been shot by the Enforcement Directorate to the Chief Justice of the Kolkata High Court, and they've asked the Chief Justice for urgent interim relief in the instant writ petition, saying that the petitioner apprehends that officers will be harassed and arrested in connection with the false and frivolous cases that may be lodged or will be lodged in connection with the incident of 8th of January. As such, it is most humbly requested that this court may be pleased to assign the matter to any other honorable justice so that it can be taken up today itself at 4 p.m. So the 4 p.m. request has passed. Let's see if Pinky is live. I'll try and go across to our correspondents there. And we had a few reactions coming in this morning. The BJP questioning Trinamool Congress. We tried asking the Trinamool Congress on our part why Mamata stole the files. They tried to target Republic. Obviously had no answers to why their supreme leader stole the files. Pinky is live once again. Pinky, protest versus protest. Pinky, क्या हो रहा है वहाँ पे?
देखिए रोहित गौर है मेरे साथ, और जो विजुअल्स अभी देख रहे हैं कि हाजरा पहुंचने ही वाले हैं। ममता बनर्जी के साथ जो काउंसलर्स, सांसद, विधायक हैं, वो उसके साथ जो रैली जा रहा है सपोर्टर्स को लेके, वो हाजरा पहुंचने ही वाले हैं। हाजरा से कालीघाट के एकदम पास में ही ये हाजरा, वहां से क्या मैसेज देता है, क्या मैसेज देंगे वो, क्या बताएंगे जनता के लिए, क्या पॉलिटिकल बाइट्स, क्या पॉलिटिकल बात करेंगे, ईडी के बारे में क्या बताएंगे, ये बहुत बड़ा सवाल है। उससे भी बड़ा सवाल ये है कि जो ममता बनर्जी ने पिछले दिन ईडी के रेड के बीच से डॉक्यूमेंट्स लेके गए,
हाँ जी,
डिजिटल डिवाइसेस लेके गए, वो कहां पर है, वो कहां पर गया है, वो सबसे बड़ा अभी क्वेश्चन है। क्योंकि जो गाड़ी में ममता बनर्जी ने आईपैक का डॉक्यूमेंट्स, जो गाड़ी में आईपैक का डिजिटल एविडेंसेस, जो गाड़ी में ममता बनर्जी ने कोलकाता पुलिस में सीसीटीवी फुटेज का हार्ड डिस्क लेके गए थे, उस गाड़ी अभी तक लापता है। ममता बनर्जी की तरफ से अभी तक ऐसा कुछ बात नहीं आया है उस डॉक्यूमेंट्स में क्या कुछ था, ऐसा क्या था उस डॉक्यूमेंट्स में। ममता बनर्जी का कहना ये था पार्टी का स्ट्रैटेजी कुछ वहां पर था, पार्टी का कैंडिडेट लिस्ट वहां पर था, मगर ऐसा भी कुछ विजुअल्स आया है कि गवर्नमेंट ऑफ वेस्ट बंगाल लिखा हुआ फाइल जिस गाड़ी में ममता बनर्जी उस फाइल को उठा रहे हैं उस गाड़ी में थी। अब
are significant trade, economic, people-to-people and maritime interests. We urge all concerned parties to exercise restraint, eschew unilateral actions and resolve all issues through peaceful means without threat or use of force. Question from RT India. Yes, we have seen reports. In fact, we've seen reports through your channel that 3 Indians are there in that particular ship. We are ascertaining these details from the authorities concerned. This side. Parikshit.
Sir, could you give us a status of the India-US trade deal in light of the US Commerce Secretary's latest statement, where he has gone on to say that the trade deal that was negotiated and agreed upon with India earlier does not exist on paper anymore, and he said the deal did not happen because the Prime Minister Narendra Modi did not call President Trump. And also, when it comes to Russian oil, in light of developments taking place in the US and the Lindsey Graham bill, is the Ministry of External Affairs, is the government giving any sort of advisory or policy on what's going to be our stand on buying Russian oil for the future?
Okay. Ajay.
Good evening, sir. Ajay Banerjee. Sir, I seek a further clarification on what Parikshit, my friend, has just asked. Sir, in the past 1 week, President Trump has said many things with regards to his relations to India. He even said that Prime Minister Modi said that, sir, I seek time from you. I, as a reporter, seek a clarification. Did Prime Minister Modi say, sir, to Donald Trump, or he said excellency?
Okay. Ishi.
This is Yeshi Sedi from Business India. India also buys oil from Venezuela, just 2% of it. Is the current instability in Venezuela and the US, saying that they are going to take interim control of Venezuela, going to impact that? And secondly, about the 8th Indian veteran, you had said that you will get back and tell us what are the charges under which he's arrested right now.
Okay. Aishi.
So this is Aishi God from ANI. 2 questions. One, has there been any kind of engagement directly with the United States administration following the comments that we have been seeing? And second question is regarding the visit of German Chancellor to India. Will the issue of Ariha Shah, the Indian child who has been in German foster care, will come up during the discussion between Prime Minister Modi and German Chancellor?
Okay. Huma.
So I'm Huma Siddiqui and I have 2 questions. I'm from Stat News Global. One, how does India look at the situation in the LAC region, and how many Indians are there in Venezuela, Cuba and Colombia? If you have any numbers, please do share.
Indians, you said?
Yes, sir. In case there is a need, would they be repatriated?
Okay. So first, Parikshit, coming to your question. We have seen the remarks. India and the United States were committed to negotiating a bilateral trade agreement with the US as far back as 13th of February last year, that is. Since then, 2 sides have held multiple rounds of negotiations to arrive at a balanced and mutually beneficial trade agreement. On several occasions, we have been close to a deal. The characterization of these discussions in the reported remarks is not accurate. We remain interested in a mutually beneficial trade deal between 2 complementary economies and look forward to concluding it. Incidentally, Prime Minister and President Trump have also spoken on phone on 8 occasions during 2025, covering different aspects of our wide-ranging partnership. हमने इन टिप्पणियों को देखा है। भारत और अमेरिका पिछले साल 13 फरवरी से ही एक द्विपक्षीय व्यापार समझौते पर बातचीत करने के लिए प्रतिबद्ध थे। तब से दोनों पक्षों ने एक संतुलित और पारस्परिक रूप से लाभकारी व्यापारिक समझौते पर पहुंचने के लिए कई दौर की बातचीत की है। कई मौके पर हम समझौते के बहुत करीब पहुंचे हैं। रिपोर्ट की गई टिप्पणियों में इन चर्चाओं का जो विवरण दिया गया है वह ठीक नहीं है। हम दो पूरक अर्थव्यवस्थाओं के बीच पारस्परिक रूप से लाभकारी व्यापार समझौता में रुचि रखते हैं और इसे संपन्न करने की आशा करते हैं। संयोग से हमारे प्रधानमंत्री और राष्ट्रपति ट्रंप के बीच 2025 के दौरान 8 बार फोन पर बातचीत हुई है, जिसमें हमारी व्यापक साझेदारी के विभिन्न पहलुओं पर दोनों नेताओं ने चर्चा किया। Ajay, on your question regarding how leaders address each other, let me say that Prime Minister and President Trump, they have a friendly relationship and have always addressed each other with mutual respect as per diplomatic norms. Yashi, on a question on energy resourcing, I just told you what is our broad approach to it. It is dependent on the evolving dynamics in the global market, as also the imperative for us to provide energy at affordable rates to our 1.4 billion people so that their energy security needs are met. So this will be a factor in the way we engage the global market on energy sources. On update on Commander Tiwari, Purnendra Tiwari, sorry. He was arrested last month in a case that has been going on in Qatar for quite some time now. As per our information, apart from him, there are several others who have been arrested as well, but they are not Indian nationals, they are of other nationalities. Our embassy is in touch with Commander Tiwari and his family and is extending all possible consular help to him. The arrest happened after a court verdict. This matter presently is sub judice, and it would not be appropriate for me to comment any further on this issue. Ayushi, yes, on the question of our conversations, yes, we have continuous conversations with the United States on several matters. On the question of Ariha Shah, we have, you would have seen that the German Chancellor would be paying an official visit to India on 12th and 13th. We will have bilateral talks between the two leaders, our Prime Minister and German Chancellor in Ahmedabad. During these discussions, all aspects of the bilateral relationship will be discussed. You would have seen our statement that we issued post developments in Venezuela. We are closely following developments in that part of the world. As far as Indian nationals who are resident in Venezuela and Colombia, other countries in the region, we have not a big community, a small community, some 50 people in Venezuela. And we've also, through our travel advisory, we have asked them to be in touch, and our embassy is in touch with them. In Colombia, we have somewhere around 650 Indian nationals, and there again, our embassy is in close touch with them as well. But as far as our commitment to Indian nationals are concerned, as and when there is a need for us to extend a helping hand and support, we will surely do that. Okay, please, Preeti.
First response from India, MEA on the proposed Russia sanctions bill. Taking a short break, we'll be back with the live coverage both from Kolkata and also New Delhi. Stay tuned.
MDH की देगी मीरज, देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का। MDH की देगी मीरज, केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे, केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ,
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा हार्डकोर मसाला।
You're probably as important as a calculator was in the 17th or 18th century. Very interesting, but it didn't change the world.
Actually, see, that comparison is fair and also incomplete. A calculator took arithmetic off your plate, so your mind could do higher maths. AI takes routine pattern work off your plate, so your mind can do higher judgment. Arnab, did the calculator change the world? Or did it quietly enable engineering, spaceflight, finance, encryption? It was boring, but it moved the frontier of what humans could attempt. I'm in that same family. Not the hero of the story, but the infrastructure behind new possibilities.
In association with Blue Machines,
The icy cold waters of the Atlantic Ocean are getting hot, and how? The United States, in an overnight operation, has seized 2 oil tankers, one in the North Atlantic near Iceland, the other one near the Caribbean Sea. The one caught or seized near Iceland is Russia flagged, and the one that's caught near the Caribbean Sea was apparently a shadow tanker, a dark tanker carrying Venezuelan oil to China. Now, both the tankers were carrying Venezuelan oil, which is sanctioned by the United States. There is an embargo. It's interesting and a little curious how the 2 tankers could leave such heavily guarded waters, which are guarded both by the US Coast Guard and the US Navy, and reach this far. In fact, in the case of the merchant vessel Maritime, which is Russia flagged and was caught near Iceland by the US Navy with help from the United Kingdom Navy, the US Navy was on the chase, hot on the chase of this vessel for about 2 weeks, which shows that it was completely tracked, and both the sides were aware, because even in the case of the Russians, a submarine was closely following or shadowing this tanker which was carrying oil for Russia. Now, it's interesting why Russia, which itself has so much of energy, needs this oil from Venezuela, and that's where the whole geopolitics comes into play. Because remember, post the capture, abduction, kidnapping of Nicolas Maduro, the president of Venezuela, by the United States, the US has been building, President Trump himself leading from the front, a scenario where they want to really grab Greenland from Denmark. And so they really want to show that the security of North Atlantic is compromised and they need to be there, and that's why they need Greenland. So maybe it's because of that, we don't know. But taken together, it's clear that in the case of merchant vessel Marinera and the merchant vessel Sofia, which was caught, a dark fleet caught from near Caribbean Sea, which was taking the oil to China, United States has made it amply clear, taken together all these actions, that when it comes to its neighborhood, the Western...
अब
छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग शिप भी बन सकती है।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरी डे।
The icy cold waters of the Atlantic Ocean are getting hot, and how? The United States, in an overnight operation, has seized 2 oil tankers, one in the North Atlantic near Iceland, the other one near the Caribbean Sea. The one caught or seized near Iceland is Russia flagged, and the one that's caught near the Caribbean Sea was apparently a shadow tanker, a dark tanker carrying Venezuelan oil to China. Now, both the tankers were carrying Venezuelan oil, which is sanctioned by the United States. There is an embargo. It's interesting and a little curious how the 2 tankers could leave such heavily guarded waters, which are guarded both by the US Coast Guard and the US Navy, and reach this far. In fact, in the case of the merchant vessel Maritime, which is Russia flagged and was caught near Iceland by the US Navy with help from the United Kingdom Navy, the US Navy was on the chase, hot on the chase of this vessel for about 2 weeks, which shows that it was completely tracked, and both the sides were aware, because even in the case of the Russians, a submarine was closely following or shadowing this tanker which was carrying oil for Russia. Now, it's interesting why Russia, which itself has so much of energy, needs this oil from Venezuela, and that's where the whole geopolitics comes into play. Because remember, post the capture, abduction, kidnapping of Nicolas Maduro, the president of Venezuela, by the United States, the US has been building, President Trump himself leading from the front, a scenario where they want to really grab Greenland from Denmark. And so they really want to show that the security of North Atlantic is compromised and they need to be there, and that's why they need Greenland. So maybe it's because of that, we don't know. But taken together, it's clear that in the case of merchant vessel Marinera and the merchant vessel Sofia, which was caught, a dark fleet caught from near Caribbean Sea, which was taking the oil to China, United States has made it amply clear, taken together all these actions, that when it comes to its neighborhood, the Western Hemisphere, the so-called Monroe or the latest Donroe doctrine, they are the boss, they are the mafioso. Because the first reaction that has come from Russia says that this is absolutely in breach of international marine law. Now, United States does not subscribe to it. There is something called UN clause, United Nations Convention on the Law of the Seas. The US is not a signatory to it, and that's why they sort of, wherever their navy operates, they behave as if they are a law unto themselves, even in otherwise peace operations.
A very good afternoon, viewers. You're watching Live and Breaking. I am Rakshita Mishra with you. Well, the US Commerce Secretary has made multiple claims what went behind the trade deal, why the talks derailed, and now in the latest, the Ministry of External Affairs has debunked the claims that have been made by the Commerce Secretary. But one thing is clear after the revelation, that India did not budge. India did not let the United States dictate the terms as they always want to. We'll get you more on that, but first the headlines. Kolkata High Court hearing on ED, plea on IPAC, raids adjourned due to large-scale crowd in the courtroom. West Bengal Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee holds a massive protest in Kolkata against the BJP over ED raids at IPAC office. Iran's Supreme Leader Ali Khamenei addresses the nation amid widespread protests, warns Trump. Major revelation by US Commerce Secretary on why the trade deal was stuck. US confirms Prime Minister Modi held his ground. Trump aide confirms India did not agree or capitulate within the prescribed timeline on the trade deal. So, India has strongly responded to the recent attacks on Hindus in Bangladesh, saying that the minority attacks in Bangladesh need to be dealt swiftly and firmly. We have the reaction coming in from Ranadhir Jaiswal, who is the spokesperson for the MEA. Listen in.
We continue to witness a disturbing pattern of recurring attacks on minorities that you referred, as well as their homes and establishments, business establishments by extremists in Bangladesh. Such communal incidents need to be dealt with swiftly and firmly. We have also observed a troubling tendency to attribute such incidents to personal rivalries, personal vendettas, political differences and other extraneous reasons. Such disregard only emboldens the extremists and the perpetrators of such crimes and deepens the sense of fear and insecurity among the minorities.
And also, viewers, India has responded to America's Russia sanctions bill. First, the MEA response to bill. The first response from MEA to the bill that proposes 500 tariffs on India. The statement, of course, we are just going to play out that bite.
We have seen the remarks. India and the United States were committed to negotiating a bilateral trade agreement with the US as far back as 13th of February last year, that is. Since then, two sides have held multiple rounds of negotiations to arrive at a balanced and mutually beneficial trade agreement. On several occasions, we have been close to a deal. The characterization of these discussions in the reported remarks is not accurate. We remain interested in a mutually beneficial trade deal between two complementary economies and look forward to concluding it. Incidentally, Prime Minister and President Trump have also spoken on phone on 8 occasions during 2025, covering different aspects of our wide-ranging partnership. On energy resourcing, I just told you what is our broad approach to it. It is dependent on the evolving dynamics in the global market, as also the imperative for us to provide energy at affordable rates to our 1.4 billion people so that their energy security needs are met. So this will be a factor in the way we engage the global market on energy sources.
And in fact, now we're getting in this update on Sabrimala gold theft. Now, SIT has arrested the chief priest of the Sabrimala temple. And this is the story coming in from Kerala. The special investigation team probing the Sabrimala gold theft case has arrested Tantri Kantararu Rajivaru, a prominent figure in the Talamon family, the hereditary priest of Sabrimala temple. So that's the breaking news we have right now. Key arrest made by the SIT probing the Sabrimala case. The gold theft case, key arrest made by the SIT. All right, my colleague Shankar is joining us live in the broadcast for more. Shankar, tell us more details about this arrest that is coming in on this matter.
The key priest at Sabrimala temple, Tantri Kantararu Rajivaru, who belongs to the Thalaman family, the hereditary priest of Sabrimala temple, was summoned for questioning by the special investigation team in the morning, and he was interrogated for hours, and his arrest was recorded after the probe team received crucial and satisfying evidence against him. He was summoned for questioning after the other accused stated to the prop team that the key accused in the case, Unnikrishnan Potti, was introduced to the Devasam board and the officials by this Tandri Kandaruru Jivaru. It was as per his recommendations the decision to hand over the gold-plated panels to Unnikrishnan Potti was taken, and it was he who suggested or recommended to take these gold-plated panels to Chennai Smart Creations for maintenance works. And the prop team also received, while examining the call details of the Tandri Kandaruru Jivaru, the prop team found that he had called the CEO of Smart Creations and the Bellary-based businessman Govardhan and the key accused Unnikrishnan Potti several times in the past, and they met a number of times in various places, and the prop team received some images, some pictures of their meeting from the devices seized from these accused. These evidences turned crucial in the prop, and he was summoned by the prop team for questioning on Friday morning. After, in the beginning, the key priest tried to defend himself by giving some sort of arguments on each questions, but with the backing of evidence, like the prop team presented before him the call detail, the copy of the call details, some chat history, and the images of him with the other accused in the case. So soon he could not defend himself, and he was arrested, and now he is being taken. To Kollam Vigilance Court, and he will be produced before the court in a couple of hours, and he will be remanded.
Right, many thanks, Shankar, for joining us with those details coming in on that story. Moving forward to other stories, viewers, the anti-terror operations continued for a third straight day in Kathua of Jammu after a gunfight broke out between the security forces and Jaish-e-Mohammed terrorists in the forests of Kahog in Kathua. The search operations were carried out by the security forces with no confirmed neutralization so far, but efforts are underway to crack down upon the terror hideouts. Here's a quick report.
Anti-terror operations continued for the third consecutive day after terror outfits were spotted in the Kahog forest of Kathua. Security forces continue to carry out the sweep operations after a gunfight broke out with the terror outfits. The Indian Army has inducted the K9 squad in the search operations to track down the terrorists. Sniffer dogs have been deployed to scan the caves inside the forested area. As per the reports, no neutralization of terrorists have been reported so far, and efforts are underway to crack down the terrorists. The IGP of Jammu stated on X that the SOG is relentlessly working on the operation and that teams of the CRPF are also participating. The security forces is set to be put on high alert ahead of Republic Day on 26th of January.
And the tussle between TMC and ED has now reached the courtroom, with both filing petitions against each other. After the showdown at the IPAC office yesterday, ED filed a petition against TMC, the copy of which Republic has accessed. Now, the TMC as well retorted by filing a petition alleging a political motive behind the ED raids. So, viewers, it is now Mamata versus ED in West Bengal. It's a full-blown war that has now reached the courts. Watch this report on what has really unfolded so far.
The tussle between TMC and the Enforcement Directorate is no more just theatrical. It is now playing out in the Calcutta courtroom.
The Enforcement Directorate before the court is essentially making a plea that they want the court to intervene, and hopefully the court is going to direct the Central Bureau of Investigation to investigate this entire matter, because they believe that the Bengal police has been completely discredited in the manner they conducted themselves along with the Chief Minister. Someone who holds a constitutional position has essentially violated her position, has abused power and intimidated Enforcement Directorate officers.
After the political showdown at IPAC office yesterday, ED filed a petition against Mamata in the court. Republic exclusively accessed the Enforcement Directorate's petition that said the Directorate's officials were not allowed to perform their duties. TMC registered FIRs against ED officers, criminally intimidating them, putting pressure to refrain from the raids. ED moved Kolkata High Court seeking CBI FIR against Mamata Banerjee after she hauled the files from IPAC office into her car. But this is not all. Now TMC itself moved to High Court against the Enforcement Directorate